Good morning and welcome back to the Cumberland playing field here in the northwestern terrains of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have toured around of the Windward Island National Lottery Super 50 tournament. And this encounter here will see St. Lucia taking on Dominica. And earlier on, the toss was spun in favor of Dominica, who decided that they will take an all-in knock. And here with me in the commentary box, we have the great left-hand batsman for former batsman, opening batsman for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kenroy Martin. Kenroy, good morning. Welcome back again to North Leeward.
Hey, good morning to you, Castell, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast and those cricket lovers in and around the Windward Islands and throughout the Caribbean also, and those in the diaspora. Good morning and welcome to Cumberland playing field. He said earlier we're in the north and we're here in round 3 of the Windward Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be contesting that second game at Sion Hill today. So those who are close can go and have a look. That would be a very interesting game. Also, this one is interesting as well between St. Lucia and Dominica. Dominica yet to get a point on the board. They have won the toss and elected to bat.
Well, I understand the mechanism in terms of Dominica winning the toss now. As we look at the point standing, St. Lucia, they are ahead by 1 point of Grenada on 13 points. Grenada, who is on 12, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are on 10. But Dominica haven't got out of the point block as yet, and today's game will determine whether or not. But that encounter between Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be crucial.
Yes, St. Vincent really have to come out with a win to really get themselves into the finals. Grenada just have to play good cricket, accumulate some more points, and we'll get into the finals with St. Lucia. St. Lucia, in my opinion, has already been the first qualifier for that finals on Sunday. So an interesting game on hand at Sion Hill. And this game here against Dominica and St. Lucia, which we are broadcasting from Cumberland, is another very exciting game because St. Lucia haven't got the opportunity to bat twice in this innings, in this tournament so far. So this is the opportunity to bat a second time here at Cumberland. And Dominica haven't really got things together in this tournament. They have lost their first game and really against Grenada as well. So we're hoping for an interesting game between these two, Dominica and St. Lucia. Just to let you know, the teams are Gian Benjamin, Dominica team, he's the captain. Kevin Hodge, vice captain. Tyron Theophile, he's a senior man in the Dominica setup. Jason Alexander, Danley Alexander, Brian Joseph, Casimir Benjamin, Taj Tavernier, Stefan Pascal, Vincent Lewis, and Gillon Tyson. Those are the 11 persons who are playing today for Dominica and St. Lucia. Their 11 are Kimani Melias, that's the captain for St. Lucia. Stefan Netram, Akim August, he's the vice captain. Sabinus Emmanuel, Shadwick Descartes, Vanilius Gabriel, McHenry Clark, Kian Gaston, Tyreek Edwards, Tyrell Chicot, Larry Edwards. Those are the 11 players who are playing today for St. Lucia and Dominica.
Well, McKenny Clark will open the attack here, number 17 on his back, a gentle breeze blowing from the commentary booth end to open proceedings. And we are seeing McKenny, he had gotten a brief stint in the CPL and for the St. Lucia Royals, and it will be interesting to see how he brings that experience into this matchup. And St. Lucia really doesn't have nothing to lose, but they want to go into that final with a momentum and set a precedent into the game.
Well, St. Lucia have played good cricket thus far. As I said earlier, they haven't got the opportunity to bat in their second game, but they were doing pretty well. But this is Cumberland, it's different surface. They batted against Grenada here and chalked up 334. So they will be looking to do that again. But unfortunately, they didn't win the toss. Dominica won the toss and elected to bat. So Dominica is looking to put some runs on the board and put St. Lucia under some pressure early here. But Clark would have different ideas.
Well, it will be Theophil who will face the first delivery from Kenny Clark, as we see just going through the drills of getting his run up right. A very hot sun started. It appears when the Lucians are playing here, the sun is beaming, and so it will be interesting to see how they approach this game going forward. And so umpire call play, and what should be the first ball of the day? This one is angled wide of the stump, so all the exercise there for the umpire. Umpire Williams from St. Lucia is standing along with Afram Bayam.
Not the ideal start that Clark would have wanted. Wide delivery outside the off stump. The first run on the board for Dominica. One without loss, as Clark is getting ready for his second delivery.
So good call, and early morning call from the non-striker there for Dominica. Theophil is off the mark, and this is something that the Dominicans will have to get right within their batting innings. They're running between the wicket. We've seen a number of runouts in their past game where they scored 105 when the rain came in the 30th over. They were 105 for 4 at that. They would look forward to get more than 105 and put a good total on the board. And to see the proceedings now. So Benjamin, the new batsman. So another wide, so not a tidy start that the St. Lucians will want from Clark. This one is racked on the pad solid. A loud appeal, so you're getting this one straighter. That's just what you will want. Clark will want to bowl at this time to Benjamin. That's Casimir. And the captain himself is another Benjamin, so we have to get the names right. So the captain is Gian, and this is Casimir. So just a bit of change in the top order from the last match. And quiet start so far, apart from the 2 extras. And this one is too close to cut. And with the pace, they have deployed 2 slips. The captain here, the captain for St. Lucia, have deployed 2 slips. Gully, a deep backward point. So it's interesting to see how it's not a third man per se, a deep point on the boundary, and then cover mid on, mid off, and the fine leg. Oh, this one is close, so missed. So early morning bounce. This is the wicket that was played on. St. Lucia played their first game on, and they would have been happy to be bowling first, even though the toss was against them.
One, Benjamin and Theophile opening the batting for Dominica. They have not set this tournament alight up to now, but they're looking to do that today. Dominica haven't gotten the best time here in this tournament, unfortunately, but they're here still in the final preliminary game against St. Lucia, who are the leaders in this tournament. This one is short and he's punching it over cover. It's running close to the fence. I don't think he would get there. As a slide comes in, picks up 2 runs. So 2 runs to Theophile, 2 runs to Dominica, and that brings over number 120, and that carries the total now to 6. 6 without loss. 6 without loss here at Cumberland in over number 1.
So, good start there for Dominica. A bit of extras given in that first over. And the timing on that shot wasn't really there to see. And the moisture that will be in this wicket has to be extracted quite much by the pace bowlers, because later a lot of spin will come into play. So Kian Gaston, new bowler. Gaston to open the attack from the river end there for St. Lucia. A man from Monrepo. Good morning to the people of St. Lucia. So this one, Gaston, a bit wide, giving the umpire from Byam a bit of early morning exercise here at Cumberland, and carried the total up by 1. Yes. And it appears that the opening pair for Dominica seems a bit comfortable with the batting apart from what we have seen the previous game that they had. They are now more settled and understand the track that in the early part of the innings there will be the early morning moisture, there will be little bounce, there will be little movement of that ball. So he has to adjust quickly to it.
Well, as is expected, overnight moisture. First off play, a little difficult. Ball would not come on as it normally would, as at 4. There's a lifting delivery from Gaston. Just hitting him on the glove. So a good delivery from him there. No run, the man at short middleweight comes in and does the feeling.
So it's a more defensive field for Gaston, because one slip, Vice Captain Auguste placed himself there. And this one squared him up a bit with the extra bounce. And Captain, who is at backward point, was able to restrict that run. So very watchful inning so far by Dominica. And I haven't seen any rash shot being played. And this is something that the coaching team may have spoken about to Dominican batsmen. So very sedated over now. Just 1 to the over so far. And, not much breeze blowing, and so it will be extremely warm out there.
Well, as expected, we at Cumberland below sea level. It's a hot day here in the leeward side. St. Lucia versus Dominica. As he plays at one open face down to third man. Picks up another single. Just rides it. Down to a third man. Score goes up by 1. So Dominica versus St. Lucia here at Cumberland. St. Lucia losing the toss. Dominica winning the toss and electing to bat. Skipper Melius just getting things right with his field, making a few adjustments. You have the short mid wicket, short fine leg, a deep square leg, a short mid on, mid off, cover, backward point and a slip and a third man. Gaston, that's outside the off stump, swinging into the keeper's glove. Doesn't take it cleanly, but a good delivery there by Gaston.
So brings over number 2 to a close. At the end of over number 2, they are 8 without loss. 8 without loss, and need to highlight that the leading run scorer in this tournament so far, Shadrach Descartes, with that 150 that he had, and his highest 150, because I remember in that second round game there was no batting available to him, nor no result in that game. So he's followed by Teddy Bishop, who had 2 half centuries on 116 there. And apart from that, it's Johan Jeremiah of Grenada, who's on 80. So this one is flared out to the man at third man, and it's gone. That was the chap set there with the man at third man wide, and their McKenny Clark make joint force blood for the St. Lucians.
Well, Dominica losing their first wicket. Shot outside the off some Benjamin, going hard, and it peeled off the outer portion of the bat, and an easy catch for the man at third man, and Dominica have lost their first wicket here to Clark, and a good catch by the man on third man. Rather simple though, but Dominica have lost their first wicket.
Well, Benjamin looked always ultra aggressive, and in doing so he was able to find that man at third man, and that always seems to be the chemistry from Clark. We've seen a couple of deliveries was angled wide of off stump, and allowing Benjamin, who never got close to the ball in playing his shots, was able to have enough space and edge it, I would say, down to third man. So 8 for 1 in over number 3. It brings Stefan Pascal to strike, one of the most should I use competent batsman for the Dominicans, and as much as he is as young as he is, he has a lot of experience in terms of knowing what is required of him in these conditions.
Well, Dominica will be looking forward for him to get some runs today, get some runs on the tin, and give them a good total to give St. Lucia, to make St. Lucia chase here today. Pascal, he hasn't really come off in this tournament, one of the brighter prospects, young prospects in this tournament. It's good to see him here. Most of the times he comes at the top of the order, opening bat, but he's batting at number 3 for Dominica today, and he's facing his first delivery from Clark. So a misfield here by the man at mid-off gives Pascal his first run. So 1 to Pascal. Dominica moves up by 1 to 9 for 1. And that brings Theophile into strike, the senior statesman.
Yeah, and I want to point something out to you there that you would not know of, because this happened in the second round game. Is that Theophile and Stefan Pascal was batting when Pascal was run out. Now there was a bit of hesitancy where no, but the misfield caused them to go through for the single. Now that is something that they will have to work on there. Their communication will be vital, and you would not want, as you rightly said, Stefan has not really come to the fore, but as he started the second round batting, he looked as if he knew what he was about and what he wanted to do. But just that lack of communication between them caused him to be run out. As a matter of fact, if he had run back, he would have gotten the opportunity. So is it communication that will be of key importance with this partnership, and they need to bat through and see off this first hour.
Well, these two are in my opinion, the more senior of the batters for Dominica, the more prolific batters they are. That is Theophile and Pascal. So they need to get a partnership here together between them to give Dominica that score. And that's a lovely shot pacing the man at mid-off into the fence for 4. Just run off the outfield really quickly. So a fine shot there by Theophile, and 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Dominica. Lovely looking shot that is.
Excellent. There was nothing else couldn't be done with that than retrieving it at the boundary, and that's what Theophile is waiting on. That delivery that is pitched up. There's that hint of movement that is going across Theophile, and he's just getting his front foot to it and did well to get that to the boundary. Good lifting delivery. Here you go. Umpire signal 1 for the over. And many may view it as unfair for the bowlers that you've just been struck for serious, exquisite cover drive, and you bowl one at across at the visor area to test the batsman, and then the umpire is sending a warning to you. How unfair can that be, Mr. Martin? I mean, it will not be unfair to you. You're a batsman.
Well, cricket is mainly a batsman game. The rules favors the batters, and the team who scores the most runs always wins. So it's a batting game, really. But a good lifting delivery by Clark to Theophile. That's another one. Just wrapped him on his pad. No run. He just tossed the ball back to the bowler. And really, Theophile, once he gets that ball into his half, he would have a go. That's how we bat. And really, after over number 3, Dominica here, 13 for 1.
So, Gaston to continue as we speak of bowlers. Grenadian speedster Nicholas Redhead, he leads the tournament wicket with 7, followed by a spin bowler Akeem Agis, who's playing in this game on 5 wickets, followed by Kenneth Dembo of St. Vincent, who has 4. Redhead, who is at the top of the wicket-taking encounter there at an economy of 5.21, and followed by Akeem, who has an economy of 4.12. So very disciplined bowling there by Akeem. It's good to see spin bowlers in the top there. So they would really want to dig into a partnership here, Tyrone Theophile and Stefan Pascal. This one is gone! Just as I am talking about partnership, Gaston got one that swung and found the first slip fielder, Akeem, who made no error with that one. Dominica in a spot of bother, losing their 2nd wicket.
Well, the senior statesman walks back for Dominica, Tyrone Theophile, edging that one to the man at first slip. A wide delivery outside the house. Had a flash at it, hitting the outer portion into the hands of Augusti, and St. Lucia have picked up their 2nd wicket. Very early in this innings. They are 14 for 2 Dominica. As we mentioned, they have not gotten off to any flyer. They have not really set this tournament alight so far. But they have lost 2 wickets very early, and they are in a spot of bother.
Well, a player that could anchor the role right now for Dominica. We've seen him and we've heard of him. The captain, Gian Benjamin, left arm batsman, very short in stature. Number 16 rocking on his back, and he will be one of the heavy walls and the rocks of those nature rocking Dominica to crumble. He doesn't give his wicket away easily. So interesting to see how they battle here. So there you go. The 2nd wicket fell for the Dominicans at 14 for 2. In an encounter that St. Lucia, who is on 13 points, will feel rather comfortable looking for that finals to come on Sunday. They would want this momentum going into this finals, Martin.
Well, yes, they have played very good cricket, St. Lucia, from the game one. And what is very interesting as well, they have on paper, and they are playing the youngest team in this tournament. This one is Benjamin just flashing outside the house on first delivery, looking to bring that first slip and wicket keeper into play again. But a good delivery there by Gaston to start proceedings against skipper Benjamin.
Yeah, given the accolades that I've just bestowed on Benjamin, I find that shot to be a bit reckless. I know the repetition of batsmen is to say once it's in the arc you go, but as you have lost 2 wickets, you're at 14, should do more of an assessment. So here this one much straighter, and down to third man is off the mark.
Well, he was looking to whip that one through mid-wicket, hitting the outer portion of the bat and running down to third man. Risky, but he got away with it. So a good line and length ball here by Gaston, these fast bowlers, and the players are chirping, having a clap in encouraging their fast bowlers because they are doing rather well. So Pascal would have strike now against Gaston. He has to be very careful. There's a second slip now being reinstated here by skipper Melius, as Gaston continues to bowl well here for St. Lucia against Dominica, who are 15 for 2.
So, haven't really seen much of a opening wicket stand partnership in these encounters apart from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who have the best opening wicket partnership between Desmond Maloney and Gideon Pope. They got a 94-run partnership in that chase of 104 against Dominica in their first game. Oh, just that area of nagging length. And as much as the Dominican will want to score, bring over number 4 to an end, a very eventful over there for St. Lucia. They are 15, Dominica is 15 for 2.
Well, a good line and length be bowled here by Gaston, just outside the off stump, hitting that fourth stump, and Pascal went for the drive, missing the bat into the keeper's glove, and that brought over number 4 to an end. And Dominica here are 15 for 2. 15 for 2 here, and a really good placid wicket. The wicket has no devil inside of it. It's a good wicket to bat on, but just a few ill shots being played by the Dominican batters so far.
It was this Dominican pair with Tyrone Theophil who had the best wicket partnership for third wicket, 28 for this tournament so far. And that was with himself and Stefan Pascal. But Pascal is no longer there. And Theophil is no longer there, sorry. So now it's Benjamin and Pascal who has to do battle. So Clark to continue from the commentary booth end. Oh, good shot, lifting delivery. And again, Benjamin not really a tall lad, and he really have to take evasive action. A taller batsman, it would have been just waist height.
Well, to see a short man hitting the floor has to be a good delivery. Benjamin went flat on the floor after that delivery, passing over his head into the keeper's glove. So some pace being walked up here by Clark for St. Lucia. They have a plan against Benjamin as well.
But how unfortunate that is. That ball almost creamed the top of the bill, and the umpire said one for the over.
Well, it depends on the batter.
Depends on
the batter.
This case. All right, McKenny Clark will have to have other options here. And that's the Benjamin that we know, solid in defense. Very quiet encounter here. But it will see the Dominicans want to go out the tournament with some points to their name. This one is steered but can't get past the man at gully. So in the other game in Sand Hill, Grenada was batting is 11 for 1. So good pace, medium fast pace bowling by Clark and Gaston, who have really kept Dominica at bay. The Nature Isle, lush green place to be, and nothing of great essence to say. The Dominicans have really come out the block with a fiery start and a solid start as they would want.
Yeah, the Dominicans still struggling to get their cricket together here, really, in this tournament. They have a bad start this morning. I've lost 2 wickets thus far. Said earlier that they are really struggling as a team in the tournament. They have not gotten a point on the board from all the teams. All the other teams have points on the board, and unfortunately they can't muster that point as yet. So that tells you that sort of cricket has been played by Dominica compared to the others. St. Lucia have played some exceptional cricket, and have a note that they have the youngest team in this tournament, really, and they have played exceptionally well. Not because of the unit age, but they have played mature as well, with some maturity as well.
So it's tickled down to fine leg. As we really have to be honest to the Dominicans and fair. They have had players who have shown signs of greatness. Stefan Pascal, one of the batsmen, he's really played at different levels and now playing for the senior team. They have shown, but it appears that at that level of picking, I don't know if it is the force 11 to get the chemistry right and the application on the pitch there, because as much as the coaches and the management team could impart their knowledge, they cannot give you that on the pitch there. On the field of play is where you have to execute, and is the application for me when you go out there as a batsman. Cricket is played on the field.
Yeah, the thing is that players have to learn to adapt to different conditions and situations. You have to learn to read the game, and if you're not good at that, then you'll not do well as a cricketer. That one is left outside the off stump. I think you should look at a few more balls like that from the fast bowlers and don't be swinging or having a go at those balls outside the off stump. There's 2 slips, a backward point, short extra cover, mid off, and a third man. And that tells you that most of the balls will be bowled within that area to Benjamin. So just be patient, bat as long as possible. Skipper, play a captain's innings here. This one is turned to the man at mid-wicket, at Descartes, who does the field. Really good shot from him, but just finding the fielder in the way. So the St. Lucians are really chopping here this morning, looking to make light work of the Dominicans. Dominica, 16 for 2. 16 for 2. Over number 6 been bowled here by Gaston. This one is just hitting the pads. They're calling for 2. Yes, they would get that 2 runs. So some good positive running here. Signal now comes from the umpire. Bayam leg buys. So 2 leg buys takes the score now to 18. 18 for 2 Dominica. The skipper Benjamin is at crease with Pascal, the young Pascal. As you said earlier, showed some promise, and really I don't think he has delivered on those promises as yet. For Dominica, needs to get some runs on the board today and give St. Lucia something to work with later on in the day. This one is whipped off his pads, down to the boundary, 4 runs to Benjamin, straight in line, and Benjamin had no problem in dispatching that to the square leg area into the fence for 4.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of lapse in concentration from Gaston in that if you look at the way Benjamin plays, he is more of a leg side player than a more orthodox batsman there. But we see the field that has been set there, but he's coming a hint to street. There's that inward movement to the left-hander, and you have gotten a slip. So that's just where you would want to go, just wide off. But that's a bit too wide, giving Bayam a little bit of early morning exercise. Just a little bit too wide. And that's the feel that as you hear, it encourages him because that's the feel he has set outside the R stump.
Well, there's a slip, a third man, a gully, a backward point short extra cover mid-off, short mid-on, a square leg that is short, and the fine leg. So as you said, he should be bowling just on that off stump. That one is wide again outside the off stump. I'm struggling here, Gaston, just to get it right. It's a hot condition here at Cumberland. Good wicket to bat on, good wicket to bowl, and it gives you that sort of support as well. So those on the leeward side, you could pass by at Cumberland, spend some time here with us. It's Dominica versus St. Lucia. Playing cricket here in the gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica not off to the best start. This one is driven up in the air, over cover. It's running close to the fence. Would it get there? No, it doesn't, but some good feeling there by the man at third man who runs around, who does some excellent work and restrict them to 2 runs. So some exciting cricket here. Good feeling, but a chance really over the head of the man at backward point. That is skipper Melius went close to him. And 2 more runs there to Benjamin. That takes the score now to 22.
Well, it's 22. So that's what I'm talking about. That straight delivery that Benjamin comes in line and he plays it on the leg side as bring over number 6 to a close. It's 26 for 2. Dominica doing some rebuilding to their innings.
Well, they need to bat here, these two, for Dominica, skipper, Benjamin and Pascal. Somebody needs to put their hands up. Both of them need to do that to get that total, at least 200 plus runs on the board, to give St. Lucia something to go at this afternoon, later in the day. But St. Lucia, they have different things in mind, trying to make as light a work as they can against the Dominicans, really looking to go into that finals on Sunday. They would want to do a little work here today and save some of that energy for Sunday, really against St. Vincent or Grenada, who's having that battle in Sion Hill. As there's a change in bowling here, so Larry Edwards will be bowling from our end. He'll be bowling to Pascal. Edwards, a veteran in this format as well, and a very tight bowler, measly bowler he is. Edwards, he will be bowling to Pascal. Something to note as well is that the way that Melius marshals his troops on the field. He's a young skipper, and he sets unorthodox fields. He knows the field to set to different batters. So he does his homework, Melius. I must commend him for that.
And not only that, he has been playing a lot with these Windward Island players over the years, and he's good friends with most of them, and they would have conversations about their strengths and weaknesses. So it would be easier for him to know what is expected. So
first delivery, right on line, bringing Pascal forward. Bringing skipper Melius into action. St. Lucians are chirping. One choir. Just encouraging their bowlers. Keep it tight. Keep the pressure on. Looking for wicket number 3. There's a slip, backward point, cover short, extra cover. This one is just flighted on the legs. Looking to turn it to mid-wicket. Fielded by the man at short mid on. Comes in. There's a man at mid wicket. There's a man at square leg and a deep mid wicket as well on the boundary. So the two men who are back here are the deep mid wicket. Just bringing him around a little bit as Larry Edwards continue around the wicket, flighted just on the middle stump, calling for that. Let's push past the man at mid on. It's getting close to the fence. Would they get there? Hustling back for two. 2 runs to Pascal. 2 good looking runs that is.
Well, it's basic common sense. It's a left arm orthodox bowler. He's not going to look for spin at this time. The ball is a bit new. It's just into its 7th over, and the thing with it is that they change. Each umpire have different balls, so you could approximately say this is about 3 overs old. There will not be any much rip unless he slows it up like that. And as you see, that one was slowed up and got some porches out of the wicket early. So it's good to see early turn and on that track. Sends all the signal for bowlers like Tariq Edwards to come and other bowlers.
This one is hiked over mid-wicket. 4 signal by the umpire. Pascal just walked into that and just choked it over mid-wicket, and the ball bounced once and went over the rope for 4 runs. 4 runs to him. 4 runs to Dominica.
Excellent shot there. He did not try to overhit it. Just got in line of it, which was pitched outside the leg stump, and then was able to just use the pace, because remember, Edwards not really looking for it to turn, as this one is much slower, and then it will turn. But once it's the arm ball, it will then have that pace on it. So end of over number 7. Dominica, and a bit of repairing work, 32 for 2.
Yes, and something that is noticeable as well. Larry Adams been introduced in the 6th or 7th over really in the power play. The fast bowlers have bowled well. I'm thinking that they should have used another fast bowler really just to get through this period, this was also, and utilize that new ball, that new white ball and the wicket. See how much trouble they could cause and see how much inroads they could make into the Dominican batting. I think that is an option they should have used, but they have gone to Larry Edwards. But Gaston continues to bowl from the top end. The Pacers have done well in the first hour on this wicket. Just to note.
Well, I believe it was more of an experiment to see, maybe an experiment to see what could have been done to see if we get all the inroads into this partnership and really put back Dominica further in the back seat, but they have weathered that storm. As you see, a new bowler from that river end for the St. Lucians, Tyrell Chico. This one is driven handsomely down the ground. It could get close to the boundary. Got some hand to it, and just about now it rose over the fence in a slow motion kind of way. And excellent shot there. Not trying to overhit it, but just sheer timing on that one, and got 4 runs to it. So 4 more to the total for Dominica, 4 more to Benjamin, the captain.
Yeah, 4 good-looking runs into Benjamin. Getting into his strides here, Benjamin. Stroking that past the mid-on. Goes over the rope for 4 runs. 4 good-looking runs here for Benjamin. Looks pretty good when he strokes the ball straight back. So white signal by the umpire outside the off stump. Chico just losing his line and length. He's trying to hit that 4th stump. They're a little bit too wide. There's a slip, a backward point, short extra cover, packed area there, a mid-off, a 3rd man. Just looking to hit that line and length, Chicot, St. Lucia. So Dominica, 37 for 2. It's an outside the yaw stump, and Benjamin had a go at that one, beating everything else except hitting the bat into the keeper's glove. and a good delivery there by Chicot, but a loose shot on behalf of the skipper Benjamin.
Yeah, lapse in concentration there, and he has to know that he has to go deep into this batting overs and innings, sorry, and we realize how important it was when he batted in the previous game that they lost against Grenada. This one is tipped, and look at this. Just as we were talking about, a slow ball bouncer got batted to it and steered it, I would say, steered it down to third man for a catch.
Well, we just spoke about it being more responsible, and the skipper shot ball outside the house. I could have left that alone, really leave it alone outside the house and just run it down to third man for a single. But he steered it, as you said, into the hands of Tariq Edwards, who's at third man, and a simple catch. And Dominica has lost wicket number 3. They are 37 for 3 here against St. Lucia in Cumberland.
That's very disappointing there from the captain Benjamin, who again we spoke about the lapse in concentration. Yes, you hit a beautiful 4. That's okay. It's a 50 over game, and clearly you would have gotten even wide had you left that alone. But it's not to be. It's now Hodge who comes to the crease, and one of the most senior statesmen now. As we see, he had a 50 run when this was interrupted by rain. And in the last game, so he was on 50. But he and Benjamin, who just lost, was at the crease. But this is Hodge and Pascal show now. And this partnership will really have to go deep and dig deep, as we are deep into the northwestern terrains here in St. Vincent, far from Kingston.
Need some fork and hoe and shovel to get themselves out of this hole here, Dominica. But Hodge is a man who can do that. He has entered the crease here with Pascal, the young Pascal. Young, talented Pascal needs to come to the fore today. But Hodge, one of the senior batters, senior players as well for Dominica, would be facing up to Chico. Hodge is right behind of that one. Well played. Carries the number 22 on his back. St. Lucia in good strides here this morning. 3 wickets going to the fast bowlers. 4 off play. Still not completed. Sun is out in all his glory here in Cumberland. Trees are just barely blowing in the breeze in the background. This one is a good delivery, brings him forward. And a really good field set here by Melius. Keeping things tight, Chicot. So over number 8 have been completed, and St. Lucia here against Dominica. Dominica 37 for 3 with Pascal. He's unbeaten here on and he's joined by Hodge, who have just faced 2 deliveries. So just to let you know, there's another game being played at Sion Hill, a very important one between Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That game will determine who would go to the finals between those 2 teams. So that should be a very competitive game between those 2 teams. But this game continues here. St. Lucia, who have played very good cricket thus far in this Super 50 tournament, they are leading the way with 12 points. With 13 points, St. Vincent on 10 and Grenada on 12. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines have to win this game today to qualify for the finals.
Well, the Grenadians, they are the defending champion, and they would not go down without a fight. And I like the batting of the Grenadians. Teddy Bishop and really show some dexterity in his talent. But now, in this game here, it will be Stefan Pascal and Kevin Hodge. Oh, this one is ballooned in the air, jumping shot of Clark, diving effort there. So Stefan just not going through with the shot was just caught as that one was a bit slower than he expected.
Well, he was looking to turn that ball in the mid-wicket area. Edwards is a left arm spinner, trying to go across the spin of the ball really and hitting the outer portion of bat and falling just in front of the man who dove, but couldn't get to that ball. Lucky escape for him, but he has to be careful with that shot.
So that's what he's trying to do, to walk it in the mid wicket region, a vacant area, and he got a single this time. The gaming signal is 32 for 1 after over number 10, Grenada. The thing I believe is fundamental for Dominica is partnership. They have the batsmen who have the attitude to bat, but it appears that they just don't have that patience and that temperament to endure when they're not scoring, and when to pick the gaps and find an extra single and take the pressure off and turn it back over. That is part of the game. This one is well bowled there from Edwards as he brings it over to an end. Squared Hodge up. Hodge also is a left arm spinner. Will know much about that.
Well, a very good delivery there to end that over from Edwards. It was flighted delivery, pitched just on about middle and leg and torn across Hodge into the keeper's glove, beating him all ends up, and that brings that over to an end. It's 31 for 3. So just been corrected there by scorer. 38 for 3. Dominica. Still within the first hour. They haven't really got things together here. But Stefan Pascal, he's here battling here with Kevin Hodge for Dominica. And Chicot, who have just picked up the wicket of the skipper, Benjamin. A third man continues bowling here for St. Lucia.
Stood up, can't pass the man at back at point there. So Chico getting that extra bounce from that river end. We spoke highly of that bounce that is coming from the river end throughout the tournament, and allowing Pascal to play true on that shot, but did not get value for that. So a wide this time, signaled there by umpire Bayam. Bit of questioning on the wide there from Chico. Excellent batting there from Pascal. And this tournament it will draw the selection for the Super 50 tournament that is to be played in Trinidad and Tobago later on in the month of October. But what do you see here when you select a full Windward Island squad? What do you think that they should go into the tournament with to be competitive? integrated teams.
Well, the Windwards Volcanoes have always been competitive when it comes to one-day cricket, and they played exceptionally well last year as well. They have, in my opinion, a very seasoned team. Very seasoned team. I think would be led by Sunil Ambrose, and the likes of him, Hodge, and Descartes, and the others should be a very competitive team for this tournament. This one is just sitting here in a portion of the bat and trickled out to Edwards, who's feeling that deep square leg. It's a good delivery by Chico, but just nudging that one. Another single to Dominica, 39. So Windwards Island supposed to have, the Volcano supposed to have a pretty good team here with the upcoming youngsters and the veterans who are here. Really veterans, but they have played a long time, but their ages are pretty good. As Chicot continues for St. Lucia here. Outside the house, and that one is punished by Pascal. Short delivery, and he pounced on that one over mid-on. One bounce into the fence, 4 runs. What a wonderful shot that was.
Excellent. And that's the thing. Pascal is a bit tall, and he waited on that one. And it was a bit short, as you rightly described. And he got purchased for that shot. Excellent.
Yeah, he stand up on that one and really punched it, really pulled it to mid-on with some authority, and it rushed off the face of this playing field into the fence for 4. Wonderful shot that is. A shot of authority from Pascal. Signaling his intentions here for Dominica. Pascal. This one is a fuller delivery. Just played back past the bowler, Chicot. Diving stop there by the man at mid-off. Restricts them to 1.
So it's end of the power play. At the end of the 10th over, the score lies at 46 for 3. 46 for 3 as I take my first early exit here. And we welcome the most notable commentator among us, Kesrick Williams.
Dominica versus St. Lucia here at Cumberland, as we welcome Mr. Williams into the commentator's booth. Good game on hand. 46 for 3, Dominica. Early trouble, but these two, Pascal and Hodge, who have not gotten off the markers yet, needs to put a partnership together. Larry Edwards, a measly bowler from St. Lucia, continues to bowl from this end. He'll be bowling to Pascal. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Yes. Lovely day here. The sun is out. Good to see Larry coming into the bowling a little bit early. But knowing what happened for the last couple of days here with Grenada, you realize, as you mentioned earlier, that the fast bowlers on this wicket is a little bit better than the spin earlier on in the innings with the juke factor that the Cumberland playing field or the wicket gives off early in the first hour.
Well, the fast bowlers have gotten all 3 wickets this morning, and really that is something that they should think about. So St. Lucia and Dominica here. Hodge not yet off the mark, and just turns that one to mid wicket. He has to be patient. 50 overs to bat, really a lot of time in this game, but Pascal is looking much better now. He's striking the ball cleanly. His timing is on, and he's running very well between the wickets. So this partnership is very important for Dominica between these two, if they have to put a respectable total on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And Hodges is one that, that's a lovely shot over cover. Lovely shot for 6. Brilliantly played. He's a guy that has a lot of style. I could remember playing CPL with him when David Warner was with the St. Lucia Stars. He's loved by David Warner. David Warner loved to see him, but at one point David Warner said that he's the prettiest guy he have ever seen in the nets. Hodge, he's very stylish, lovely player he is.
Well, a lovely shot to get off the mark. Hodge over cover, 6 runs off of Larry Edwards. This one is a flatter delivery. It brings him forward. Restrict them to nothing. as we normally say, to nothing. Didn't get a run. Larry continues to operate.
Something that we need to consider as well, Martin, is that Dominica haven't gotten a batting point, because I don't know if you realize there's batting points and bowling points now in the tournament, which they have newly implemented. Dominica haven't gotten a batting point for the season as yet, because they have lost 3 wickets or more in the first power play in every game that they have played so far. So they haven't really gotten any batting points in the first power play so far.
Well, that tells you the story of the Dominican batting in the tournament. The batters have not really gotten off, except for Hodge, who got a 50 in the last game. And really, besides him, nobody has really come to the fore. And they have lost the first 2 games or so. But this game, he's there, Hodge, and he's with Pascal. Pascal, one of the younger upcoming batsmen from the Windward Islands, needs to come good here for Dominica. And if Dominica, as I said before, to put up a proper or a challenging total, these 2 need to score runs here today. They are 53 for 3 and the 11 overs have been completed, so they need to bat at least 25 to 30 overs between both of them.
Yes, definitely. For the viewers out there who is not sure, I heard you mention the points earlier and the points table and how it is. For the viewers out there who's not sure, now the batting points in this tournament so far is basically what they have implemented. I like their initiative. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, because what they're trying to do, they're trying to let batters know this is how we want you to play one-day cricket going forward. You understand? So this implementation is good. I like how they did it, but soon I will let you know exactly how the batting points are going.
Well, the introduction of Tyreek has brought 2 leg byes. Waiting on the signal for the umpire. As he signals leg byes now. So 2 leg byes. So Tyreek Edwards have been introduced to the bowling attack. So 2 runs, first delivery, 2 leg byes. St. Lucia moves up now by 2 to 53. 53 for 3. Pascal looking to get on with things here. Tyreek Edwards with the second delivery. This one is on the leg again. He just turns it off neatly. The man at the square leg buggery comes in and fires the return in. He gets another single, Pascal. So as you said earlier, with the batting points and so on, that is the way that you would love to see cricket go. That is the way that you would love to see cricket go. And that is the implementation causes now batters to think differently. You have to secure your wicket. You can't lose your wicket in the first hour or so. You have to bat at least 15, 20 overs and get to this total targets and so on. So that is very good. You normally use these in game sense scenarios and so on. So the batters would learn to do it when they come to the games. So as you said, that's a good implementation.
Yes, definitely. I mean, when you look at it, what happens though in the first power play, if batters can score 6 runs per hour without losing, 2 wickets, that's 1 point already. And also in power play number 2, if they can score at 5, that's a lovely shot by Kevin Hodge, straight into the bushes.
Well, that was flighted there by Tyreek, and Hodge used his feet. He's short man in stature, got to the pitch of that one and hit it over mid-on with simplicity and style into the fence for 6 runs to Kevin Hodge, 6 runs to Dominica.
That's a lovely shot by Kevin Hodge. He's as I said, he's one that loves to bat spin. I mean, I've seen him use his feet a lot against off spinners and to leg spinners. He's somewhat lie down on the ball and push it out to cover more often than not. So he's a player that loves to bat spin, and he prides himself on batting off spinners, and he likes to chip to the off spinners.
Well, as the ball has been retrieved, the players are getting themselves some refreshments. It was close to the water break, so the players are grabbing themselves some refreshments. It's a hot day here in Cumberland. Dominica now 61 for 3. 61 for 3 after some early trouble, losing the early statesman Theophile and Theophile. The Pavilion, Hodge and Pascal are doing battle here for Dominica. 61 for 3, and they need to bat at least to 25 to 30 overs between these two. Again, flat Flat delivery there, bowled by Tariq. Just punch back to him. No run. So good contest between Tariq Edwards and Hodge here at Cumberland.
Definitely. Hodge and young Pascal, two players, they have been around the circuit for a while. Pascal around the under-19 circuit, Hodge around the senior team circuit, played for West Indies earlier in UAE. You know, so he knows what he's about. He knows about one-day cricket. So I would expect him to play that role as a person to take it a little bit deeper with Pascal.
Well, he looks rather compact. He looks rather comfortable batting here against the spinners. He started against the Pacers. Didn't take any risks. He has batted risk-free for thus far. Pascal, the youngster, needs to settle himself down and really understand his roles and his responsibilities here as a young batter. Get some runs on the board, but to do that, you have to spend some time at the crease. This time, he's driving upwards, uppishly, bouncing 1-2 times to the man of short extra cover. And really, he probably had his heart in his hand there, stroking that delivery.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he needs to be a bit more tighter than that if he need to stay there and score some runs for his team. If you realize the youngsters in this tournament so far have been doing pretty well. Shadrach scoring 100. I think it's the only batter in the tournament so far that has given his team an extra point with the batting points, because there are points being awarded to batters, or to teams, whose batters score 100 in the innings. And also, I mean, if a team play and the percentage of that ball is under 50, that's extra 2 points that is awarded to the batting team. So I could see what the Windwards cricket board is doing. They're letting batters know, we want you to score 350, you know, and that will take them into, you know, the West Indies tournament scoring 350 and above, because gone are the days when you could have scored 220 in one-day cricket and feel comfortable. Teams are scoring up to 350 and almost 400 now in one-day cricket.
Well, the thing is that they have implemented these little rules and guidelines because they have seen the demise of the West Indies team and what has happened during the years, and through Windwards cricket as well. So the implementation of these incentives, really, I could call them incentives, helps the cricketers to be aware as to the faults that they were making during those years. So it's good that they've been identified and something is being done about it. As over number 12 it is, have been completed, and Dominica are here now at 63 for 3 with Hodge and Pascal at the crease. So as you said, Keswick, these implementation are the areas where the cricket has faltered, and they have introduced them into the cricket to make the cricketers aware as to where they're going wrong. So actually they could implement them and actually get rid of those issues. Once they get rid of those issues, you would have competitive cricket and you would have players doing as well as they ought to.
Yes, definitely. I like the implementation of those. That's a lovely shot. As I said, Hodge, he loves to bat spin. Just a little tickle, and those bat just collected out of India, showing that they're hitting pretty well.
Yeah, that was flighted just on the leg stump, and Hodge just swept it neatly over square leg into the fence for 6. He made that look rather easy, Hodge, and he looks rather stylish, as you said, and easy at the crease, looking rather dangerous here for Dominica. And they would love him to go on and score some big runs here today.
Definitely. Along with the batting points, though, Martin, there's also bowling points as well. That every team have actually gotten their bowling points in their first power play against this Dominica team. You understand? So, regarding the bowling points, if bowlers can take 3 wickets or so in the power play, they are awarded 1 point. And every team in this tournament have gotten their 1 point against this Dominica setup. So, as you said, they need to do better with their batting.
As Tyree continues, he's bowling flat and a little faster to Hodge, hustling Hodge there. Squeezing it to the man at mid-on, Skipper Melias, who does the fielding there. There's a backward point, cover point. This one is flighted just outside the half stump. Slower delivery. And there's a cover. There's a man at square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep long on, deep long off. So they're looking for Hodge to go over the top really when it's flighted. But this one is swizzled on and pulled to the man at square leg, who does the fielding, picks up another single. The score moves up by 1 to 71. 71 for 3. Dominica looking better and better as we go on here at Cumberland.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Lucia somewhat has they somewhat get the trick now in terms of bowling in Cumberland, because I mean the off spin is operating from the river end with the off spin. So two right-handers are batting, they have to hit in the big end. And then Larry's operating from the pavilion end, which is left arm spin, which is going away from the right-hander. So they have to hit also on the big end. So I think it's well done. Milius is really marshalling his troops very well. Implementing Larry early, I think it wasn't too bad, but then because of the surface giving that pace, that extra, lift or whatever to get wickets early, I think he probably should have gone on with them a little bit more. But with Larry in, I think it tightened the screws on run scoring, and he's bowling from the end, which they have to hit on the bigger side. So well done by Milius. He's marshalling his troops very well, and I think with the support of Larry and Shadrach and these guys around him, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, and just to take something to note what you have said, in the earlier days of cricket, your first hour of play would have been strictly fast bowlers. At least you would have gone up to lunch with fast bowlers in your face as batters. So you had was to learn to bat good fast bowling. These days, as you bat 6-7 overs, the spinners are into the attack and so they're not to encourage. This one is struck over mid-off, and he just kind of ballooned it over the fence. He could have taken the catch. The St. Lucians are very much disappointed there with Clark. Really, he should have done better with that. But Hodge has been given a life here for Dominica. 6 runs to him, 6 runs to Dominica, and a life has been given to Hodge.
Well, if you realize Hodge is taking full advantage of the small ground. Here is a small ground here in Cumberland. I mean, the dimension of the ground, that shot where he played over long off a while ago, that boundary is just about 50 meters, so he's taking full advantage. Should have probably put a little bit more power into it. Almost lose a life there, Dominica. So Hodge, he's taking full advantage of the ground, and he's batting well. He just need to continue.
I think he thought that he had that. He just choked it. It was flighted in his half, and he just choked it. And he thought that he had that, and really the fielder really made a mess of that. He should have done better.
I guess he's trusting his bats.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't take that catch, and Hodge is still there. Luckily, he's still there. Larry Edwards probably counting himself unlucky there not to get the senior statesman out as they take another single.
You can see a little bit of difference in Hodge batting from the first game he played here in Cumberland. He looks a bit more at ease, and he looks like he's more into it than the first game. He looks like he wants to score. You can see a bit more urgency in his batting, but still he looks like his head is on. I mean, he's batting well. He just have to get Pascal to stay there with him, because I am convinced that if Hodge stayed there for at least up to 25 overs, we would see 100 from him today.
Well, he has gone up to 28 it is, Hodge, in quick time. And as we speak here, the first hour of play, first 15 overs have been completed. Hodge is on 28 and Pascal is on 16. Dominica here at Cumberland are 78 for 3 as we take a break here, and the players are being refreshed at Cumberland. Just hitting the outer portion of the bat there of Pascal, but picks up another single, easy single. Sensible batting by these two. No risk. No risk. So 82. It is here, Dominica. Over number 1 have been completed after the first break. 16 overs completed. So a good target here today would be at least 250 plus to give St. Lucia something to go and bat at.
Yeah, definitely. As I said in the first game that was played here, I mean, 275 is a very reasonable total. 250 is manageable, but I still prefer to see at least 270, 275 as Hodge is putting a little bit a grip me on his batting gloves. It's something that you spray on your gloves so that you wouldn't really sweat too much, you know. And he's using a bit of that because I guess the batting handle is getting a bit slippery from the sweat, you know. So these two guys need to continue for the next hour, and then after that they can start to score freely.
Well, a little cat and mouse game going on there between the man at backward point and Hodge looking for a single, but Pascal was never interested in getting that single. They have to be careful. Dominica, they have lost a couple of wickets through the run-out route, and they don't want to lose one of these men through that run-out route. As Larry just continues here. That one is hitting him on the pads. Loud appeal by him. Just balloon into the man at short extra cover, but that was a confidence shot there by Edwards.
With the wicket spinning so much, Martin, do you think there's a need for Pascal to be trying to play a guy like Larry through the leg? And that's a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot. That's Gonski, that 6.
Well, he tried to turn the ball on a couple of occasions. It ballooned to the man at short extra cover who didn't take the catch. And this one, he went and hit it high and hard over mid-wicket, trying not to do the same thing that he did prior, and really played an excellent shot over mid-on for 6.
It's the second time he is hitting Larry through the mid-wicket region for 4 or 6, you know, because that ball is a little bit fuller, so you can't play that shot. But when Larry is hitting his length, you know, that right length, which is passing top of off stump, playing that shot is a little bit risky, you know. So he needs to pick his deliveries, the one that he's gonna hit and what he's not going to hit, because for now I don't think he's picking the right deliveries to hit over to that side.
Well, that delivery was a bit closer to him, so he loses his reach and really got to that delivery. The others were a little bit further out. This one is nicely driven up to mid-off. He's calling for 2. No said Hodge picks up another single, and really that was a lovely shot through mid-wicket. But the thing is that I think Larry Edwards just lost his trajectory a little bit there, just drifting a little bit too much on the leg stump and went a little bit too full, and Pascal took full advantage of that.
For the tournament so far, Martin, how often have you seen guys drop the ball
just in front of... beautiful delivery. Just outside here, some beating Hodge. Just the length I just spoke about. That's a good length there, ball here by Edwards, and drawing Hodge out to play into the keeper's glove with a loud appeal.
He's spinning a web. He's spinning a web so far. But how often have you seen guys dropping the ball in front of point and their calling is off? I don't know. For the series so far, there's a lot of... It's a lovely shot down the ground. Hodge is getting into gear here, but he don't want to get too overconfident because Larry is a very measly bowler. He's one that can, you know, use his variation very well. So he needs to be very mindful of that. But Hodge have been playing with Larry for some time now, so I guess he would know a lot about him, and he's a left-arm spinner himself, so he would understand, you know, what it takes to get batters out.
Well, Hodge moves up to 30, and Pascal is now on 27. If I'm seeing right from the scoreboard here, and Dominica now 90. 90 for 3, 16 overs completed as Tariq Edwards continue to bowl for St. Lucia. This one is down the leg side. Not too sure what the signal would be. They have gone for 1. They're back for a second. Wide signal by the umpire, so 2 wides. Tariq just losing his line and length there, giving it 2 extra runs and another delivery to be bowled. So 2 extra runs to Dominica. Takes him up to 92.
I'm kind of surprised that they don't have a fine leg with the ball that is spinning so much. Right hand batsman is batting, off spinner ball into him, but there's no fine leg. It's kind of strange, the ball is spinning, especially on the surface. There must be a need for a fine leg in place.
This one is going to hike that through mid-wicket, found the field at mid-wicket, didn't take the catch, and really another chance got begging here against Hodge. Was a difficult one, but at least should have been taken.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I guess that the field is set this way when I look at it for Hodge specifically and how he plays. But still, there must be a need to, with the ball spinning this much on this surface, there must be a need for a fine leg. That's an easy tickle down to fine leg for 1 or even a 4.
Right. Just by observation though, the first delivery that got Hodge, he just dropped. Really, I think he bowled a perfect length. This one again, I think he bowled a perfect length there. Based on the field that is set, he's bowling a little bit too straight. He needs to be just on the off stump, just on the fourth stump. He should be bowling this off spinner because there's 3 men in the covers. There's a man at mid wicket, 2 men at mid wicket, a square leg and a deep mid wicket. Just a little too straight again. As he whips that one off his pads nicely. Short delivery. Fine shot there by Pascal into the fence for 4 more runs.
I'm just thinking that Makani Clark is in sort of a no man's land there. I'm still wondering why he's sort of a wideish fine leg or somewhat deepish, square leg. I'm wondering what field position he's in. He looks like somewhat of a no man's land because that creates a big gap between square leg and deep mid wicket. We should just hit that 4.
So, just to let you know, scorers have just told us that they have gone past a half century. They are 61 in partnership. Dominica now 98 for 3. Hodge on 32, and Pascal has gone up to. Just waiting on the scores to give me that information. 32. 31. Just to remind you that you're listening and you're watching cricket from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is Windward Islands Super 50 being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The location is Cumberland, the northern side of St. Vincent. You have to travel south to get to the north in St. Vincent on the coastland, as St. Lucia and Dominica battle here. St. Lucia leading the tournament thus far with 12 points. Dominica yet to have a point on board. St. Vincent and Grenada are battling in Sion Hill. They are playing for a place in the finals. St. Lucia has basically secured their position at that finals already. Just need to continue playing well. But there's a change in bowling here for St. Lucia as Descartes. Somebody call him the man in the golden arm. He does everything right these days. Descartes, he bats well, he bowls well, excellent all-rounder he is. He will be taking up the attack from our end, and he'll be bowling to Hodge, who is unbeaten on 32. Pascal is span on 31.
Change of bowling there, as Martin said, bringing Descartes, the destroyer. These days, he's been given that name because of his exploits with the bat. He's now with the ball in hand. He has 2 points, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep square leg with a point and a guy at sweep. So I'm guessing with this field, he'll look to get Hodge to play mostly on the offside, which he's playing at the bigger end of the ground.
Well, with this field placing, he looks to bowl the ball on the off stump, on the fourth stump, and he's looking to be a little bit fuller than the other bowlers, bringing Hodge on his front foot really, based on the setting of this field. That's the delivery. He bowls it again, calls for a quick single. Could be problematic, but a throw at the stump, missing all 3. Could have been close, but they got to him safely. Scampered a single, Hodge and Pascal.
I'm looking at the Dominica setup, and there's no Alec Anthony's because due to injury. Alec Anthony's would have been a good man to have, especially in this team now. You know, I think they miss that. That's the missing puzzle right now in the Dominica setup. As we know, Alec Anthony's is one for the future for West Indies cricket team. Very small in stature, but packs a punch. Alec Anthony's. He would have been a really good guy in the setup now.
So a lovely shot there by Pascal. Only finding Skipper Melius in the way. Well set field. Good line and length ball here by Descartes. There's a backward point, a square cover, a sweeper. Between those two, there's a short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. This one is more on the pads, straighter delivery. Pascal just tucks it out to the man at mid-on who does the feeling and throws it back to the wicket keeper. There's also a third man just lurking there. 2 wickets going to that route early this morning. 2 catches been taken there of the fast bowlers. That third man, one was guided and one was slashed at. 2 simple catch. This one is outside and Pascal is coming back and just punches it to the man at sweeper Bongi. He misfields and they have taken the opportunity to take a second run.
Very sloppy. I mean, as we know, the Cumberland playing field is really good. There's not a lot of bump and stuff on the playing field. So there's no excuses for a lot of misfeeling. I think he went a bit too casual there. You know, that's an extra run. You don't need that now because, as you know, more the blood get hot in these batters, the longer they would stay. You know, so you want to keep, you know, Pascal and strike. I mean, Hodge looks a bit more fluent in his stroke playing. So keeping Pascal and strike is probably the better option now. Bowl a lot more dot balls. Edged. And that
Wow.
one into the boundary for 4.
Wow, that was extremely close.
Fortuitous edge there. Or was it actually played past the keeper?
I think he was beaten for pace there, Pascal, and hit the outer portion of the bat and really just got the keeper wrong-footed. He was going to the leg side and the ball was edged to the right and he couldn't get to that delivery. A really good delivery by Descartes and really caught the keeper on the wrong leg. But he's still there. 103 now. 103 for 3. 18 overs been completed here in Cumberland. Really intriguing situation here between these two teams. These two have already put on 50 partnership between them. Dominica struggling this morning, very early. These two came together and have gotten over 67 runs partnership thus far. As St. Lucia continues to try and get wicket number 4, but Hodge, the more experienced and the more mature of the two, would be taking strike.
I think if Emmanuel had probably a couple more inches, because he's a short guy. If I had a couple more inches, he probably would have gotten to that catch.
This one is short and thumped through mid-wicket by Hodge. A shot of authority there from Hodge. It was short and he pounced on it and Chicot got the punishment for that loose delivery. And Hodge really signaling his intention here for Dominica this morning.
Lovely shot. As I said, the wicket will get a lot easier. So a guy of his quality would dispatch those any day. And Guston don't have that sort of pace, you know, to really bother Hodge too much. And that's a lovely shot. Stared down to third man. He's a touch player as well, Kevin Hodge. As I said, he's very stylish. Love to see him when he's flowing. Could remember in university we call him Mr. Cricket. Trains very hard. He's a guy that believes in fitness, which every cricketer should. But he mollows his cricket after guys like Virat Kohli and these guys, which is not a bad thing to do at all.
Pascal just thumping, really standing up and throwing the willow at that one. Half stop there by the man at short extra cover. Pascal has to be very careful as how we go about his innings. Don't get too loose. Just bat with the senior statesman. Take your time. Tick it off. Dominica 110 for 3. Hodge on 37. Pascal has just gone up to 30. So 38. Chico continues to Hodge. Swan is outside the off stump. Brilliantly fielded by the man at backward point. Excellent cricket.
Hodge is a little bit angry with himself there. Could have gotten 4. That's a shot that he loves, the cut shot, or even square cutting it behind point. I find something very strange though, Martin. A lot of fast bowlers these days, I don't see them using that right technique that fast bowlers should have to get that extra pace. Guston is bowling with, he's not really getting a brace front leg, to get that top half of his body catapulting forward to give that extra pace, or there's no sort of delay in his action, to get that catapulted action going forward. So, I mean, he's young, yes, he's still raw. I mean, he needs a lot of work to get to that standard of being an elite fast bowler.
This one is short and punching him on a backward point. Some sloppy feeling again. It takes one and he comes back for a second. Quick run in here by Hodge. Excellent game awareness as well. And he picks up 2 easy runs here based on a misfield from the man at backward point.
Hodge, also known as Crazy Legs, he's very fast through the wickets. So you can't really misfeel when he's batting because he's always looking for 2.
I remind you of that player from Australia, Michael Hussey. Always busy looking for that Michael Bevan. Those fellas quick through the wicket, 1s and 2s, turn 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. Those 2 players, pretty dangerous players. So Hodge has gone on to 40. Pascal is on 38. Dominica 112 for 3. 20 overs have been completed here at Cumberland. As Descartes continues to bowl here for St. Lucia, looking for scalp number 4 here this morning. But Dominica has put up some very good resistance.
Definitely. There are a lot of players in this tournament that we can look at and say that, you're expecting, 100 from these batters. Hodge is one of them that you're expecting to score hundreds in this tournament. So far, we have seen Descartes, which we're not surprised him scoring 100 because he packs a punch. He also earned himself a contract with the Windwards setup, so with the Winners franchise. So he's showing that.
This one is outside the awesome, looking to cut. Didn't bounce as much as Pascal expected, but a good delivery by Descartes just on the off stump and drew him into that shot, and really some sensible bowling here by Descartes. He has a field set for that as well, so he's not straying.
He's bowling pretty well. He's looking to get the batsman to pin a ball on the offside. As you see, he has 2 points. So I mean, the last over fortuitous edge going down to third man for 4. But those you can accept because he's bowling the area that he's supposed to bowl and where he actually wants his ball to get hit. So if he get boundary to the offside, it's fine because he's getting hit where he wants to get hit.
Well, Pascal looking a little bit uneasy here against Descartes. Descartes just bowled a slow delivery. Pascal sort of walking into that one, just hitting the edge, and really he started to get a little bit impatient, is Pascal. But he has to be a little bit more patient with his batting to play each ball on its merit. As Descartes makes a change in his field, pulling the man from square leg further wrong to his left as he continues here. This one, he's just running down the third man, opening his face, looking for a second. No, says Hodge. Good feeling by the man on the third man, Bungui. I think that's Edwards. Good throw as well. Good cricket all round.
Another thing that is very noticeable is about the playing field. Very fast outfield. Anything outside the 30-yard circle, just forget about it and just go and pick it up and get it back to the keeper or the bowler. Because anything outside, that 30-yard circle, as we see McKenny Clark's trying to stretch out Shadrach there.
Seems to having a little bit of discomfort in his bowling arm. Not too sure what is happening there.
I hope it's nothing serious because he's a player that's needed for St. Lucia, for them to get over this line. They're doing well so far. They're leading the table, so hope that he's well.
This one is clobbered back past him, and he's holding that hand as it's causing some problem in the shoulder. Not too sure what's happening again. It's not too comfortable as Hodge moves up with one more to 41. Dominica 115 for 3. We're in the 21st over. You're looking at Windward Islands Super 50. Another slow delivery. Just looking to guide that one down to third man. A loud shout from Hodge, no. And that brings the Descart over to an end. At the end of 21 overs, Dominica 115 for 3. Hodge is on 41 and Pascal on 39.
As Descart walked towards the pavilion with a grimacing look on his face, looks like his tricep is giving him a bit of problems. Hope he's okay. Hope it's nothing serious, because they will need him at the back end of this tournament. He has been doing pretty well for St. Lucia so far. Scored a 50 in the first game. A 50 that would be remembered at the Cumberland playing field for all who was here, all who was looking. So this cart, the destroyer, as we call him here in the commentary booth, is off the field, going to nurse a injury. I must commend the umpires. They've been doing a wonderful job so far. As Martin leave us, he would be back. He loves his job, so he would be back as we welcome Morris into the commentary booth. That one just played down to point. You can't be loose to Hodge because he's a type of player. He's a very he packs a little punch, but in terms of skill and technique, he's one that he have this thin little touch as well. So you have to be mindful as a bowler when you're bowling to Kavem, Morris.
Good morning to you, Mr. Williams. Good morning to the viewers around the world. And yes, when we look at Kevin Hodge and the burden that he has carried for this Dominican team over a number of years, he has seems to be a player with a lot of experience, and that is so because he has been exposed to all elements of the game, and on top of that, he have gotten players around him who have the attitude willing to learn this game. So when you do have that, you'll have players, as this one is struck straight down the ground. It now rolls into the fence for 4, and Dominica, from the last time I left them here, is in a much better position now.
Yes, definitely, Morris. As I told you, the surface in Cumberland, as long as he gets through that first hour, it gets a lot easier. What you could get away with as a fast bowler in the first hour, you're not going to get away with it after the first hour. So you have to be a lot more tighter as a fast bowler. That's why I was very surprised that Melius didn't use his fast bowler in the first hour of play this morning.
Well, so Gaston still searching just about that off stump, fourth stump, and You can still hear a bit of chirping, not like they were in the first power play, the St. Lucians. They're not that chirped as they were before, but they're still encouraging the bowler to hit his areas, and they're looking for wicket to see the pace bowler coming back and get this one. It's exquisitely placed out of deep cover. And Stefan Pascal now seems to be more cut out as to what he is to do. And Kevin Hodge, who's coming off a 50 from the last game, he's on 42. And Pascal, who is on 44, really is set, as we will say, in this game, and is poised for a big total.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm always expecting a big total here in Cumberland because that's a lovely shot. That is play with some authority. Kevin Hodge, he's getting into gear, and he's a player. If he gets into gear, he wants to stay in gear. Lovely shot there by Kevin Hodge.
Well,
starts to look good.
End of the 21st over, as St. Lucia now, Dominica, sorry, is 125. 125 for 3. And the Keswick, is good to see you back down on the leeward side. I passed your mom earlier on, and she was unsure if you were coming this side. Is it that you're not frequently visiting this area?
I'm very frequent in this area. It's where I'm from. It's the love. I grew up, playing cricket at this playing field. So, I mean, it's home. It will never change. It's just good to see that, professional cricket, or semi-professional cricket, I should say, is at the Cumberland playing field. Growing up, we didn't have, this sort of sight, seeing professional cricketers playing here. But it's good to see. Shadrach is back on the field. Slow ball bowl there. Probably we might see a lot of that from Shadrach in this innings. When he's probably having a little bit of issue with his tricep. But he's a smart bowler. He knows how to control it. He has played, as I mentioned, in the first game with St. Lucia this year. And he had the chance to be around, a West Indies legend fast bowler, Pedro Collins. So I guess he would learn a lot from Pedro, and also learn a lot from the coach and assistant coach.
Yeah. That's the thing when you are exposed to higher level cricket, you got the luxury of getting vast knowledge and more knowledge, and in these semi-professional tournaments, you are now willing to exploit as this one, whether you're semi-professional or not. Hodge will dig deep and punks on that one, and he pulls up another 50 out of his repertoire of batting and brings up a 50 for himself and another boundary for the Dominicans.
Lovely shot there by Hodge. As I said, he's one that you cannot be too loose with when he's in. And he looks like he's in now. And those deliveries, he score off those deliveries in his sleep there, Hodge. That's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. You cannot be loose to Kevin Hodge presently. And it looks like Pascal is getting into gear as well.
So I guess the bars in Dominica, those people in Roseau and those people in Portsmouth, they will be at the bars hanging out, looking at the batting and the wayside shop. So those who are logged in, those cricket lovers who are logged into their cricket will like what they're seeing now. The best total they've gotten so far in the tournament, and it's poised to another big total. Even the persons who are out there in St. Lucia, I know I'll never speak of St. Lucia, that smile widens for you, Mr. Williams.
Definitely.
A place that you love very well.
Yeah, it's like home to me. I love St. Lucia. Shout out to the people of Chazal. Also the people of Monrepos.
Dennery.
Down in Dennery.
Yeah, Cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac. Corrines, my good friend who does automotive. Cooper, shout out to you, my brother.
So
It's
no ball
very
there.
big in cricket, and it's a no ball. You don't want to bowl no ball at this time because it's gonna bring about a free hit.
Well, it's a cardinal sin there for Shadrach. Just a gentle medium. So I'm not too sure if it is the heat that is telling on the players now. A little bit of exhaustion coming in, creeping in, looking to just step further. This one is slapped it, so he should get one. So even though it's a free hit, it's a good ball delivery there. I only get one from it. So it brings it over to an end of over number 22, 132 for 3.
Yes, the Dominican team is looking really good now. They look like they may have worked out the trick in terms of scoring, in this tournament. They haven't been doing so well with the bat the last couple of games, but they're getting into gear now with Kavim Hodge well set, just scoring a 50, and Pascal is closing in on a 50 as well. As you see, Larry Edwards and the skipper Melius having a little conversation there. I mean, Larry, with a wealth of knowledge, played for Windwards for a number of years, would have a few to say to the skipper.
Yeah, and that is important, Keswick, that the senior statesmen in the team impart some advice in these kind of times where the pressure, they're coming up to 100 partnership, wide there from Edwards. And they're coming up to 100 partnership, and the senior statesmen in the St. Lucian team have to now exhort that kind of knowledge that they have and impart it to Melius, who is young in this business and will look to want to carry St. Lucia to their first championship.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm looking at the field, and there's two square legs. So there's a short and deep square leg. The short square leg is just in front square, and the deep square leg is just behind. And I'm still wondering. I haven't seen Hodge or Pascal trying to sweep the ball as yet, but more often than not, they're trying to tickle it down to fine leg, and they've been getting some singles by doing that. Well played there by Pascal, lying down on that one, punching it out to mid-off.
I think, Williams, that field that you just mentioned there was earlier on. Pascal swept one. Hodge, swept one for 6 over that deep square. And if we notice that there's no man on the 45, but there's that deep square that is placed there. I think that man that you made mention in front of square here is more for if is off spin that Tariq is bowling, and Pascal is the player that like to play with the turn. So to evade that single and to cut it out. And I believe that is why Melius would have opted for the fielder in front of square there.
Not a bad ploy by Melius, but it's always up for discussion, the reason why. And as I mentioned a while ago, without a fine leg of spinners bowling, a player of Hodge quality, as long as he's straight on the leg side, he will get 4. As we mentioned, the outfield is very fast. So I don't mind you having 2 square legs, whether it's one deep and one short. But there must be reasons behind of it. So far, it haven't been doing well for them, because I've seen over 15 runs or so that was played down to fine leg so far. And those are 3 runs, which could have been stopped if you had a 45 in.
It is the first time in this tournament, Keswick, that we are seeing the pressure being placed on the St. Lucians and how they are playing in this pressure game. By no means Dominica haven't got any pointers yet, but the Dominicans who are placing that pressure on them with Pascal and Hodge at the crease here. So it's the 4th wicket partnership. This could be gone, taken, and just as we are talking about the building of that partnership, Hodge now placed one down to the man there at long on, and there he goes, caught.
Disappointing, and I'm very disappointed in the shot that he played. Tyreek was bowling over the wicket for all of his overs, and now he came around the wicket, and the first ball to Hodge around the wicket, he's gone. And this is what you need. Players like Kavim Hodge shouldn't be too happy with getting 50s. They need to get hundreds. This is what you need from these senior statesmen, to get hundreds, like how Shadrach did it in the first game. You know what I mean? You can't have a bowler bowling to you over the wicket, and as soon as the change of angle came, you just proved that, okay, I was bowling over to this guy and I was wrong all the time, so I need to bowl a wrong to this sort of batter because now he's gone.
Well, it brought Jasion Alexander, number 45, on his back to do battle. And, Pascal is still there on 47. Unfortunate for Hodge, who will be very disappointed with the way he have gotten out with his second 50 so far for the tournament. And that partnership was just about 85.
As a coach, Morris, would you have accepted, the shot that he played to get out after being in for such time and doing well and settling and stuff like that? As a coach, how would you approach Hodge in a situation like this in terms of talking to him?
No, well, Kez, let's be fair. And you have played a couple of those shots and you have got valued for it. He's a set batsman. Any coach would not want to see a set batsman back in the hut, yeah, and you will look to justify every wicket. As we see, Edwards now comes back into the attack. Now Alexander is placed, as this one is placed down to third man. They come back for the second, and Pascal moves on to 2. He's on 49, and yes, as I was saying, you as a coach, you'd never want your set batsman to be back in the crease unless the 50 over is up, unless he's got a snorting of a delivery that he cannot escape. Right. But in terms of that, it brought him value. But it is always said, as we will say in our local parlance, what will sweet you will sour you.
That is so true, Morris. What will sweet you will sour you, and I guess a little too much nature causes demise. But Pascal is still there. I mean, young fella. You would want him not only to just get a 50, you want him to carry on to get 100. I mean, so far, Teddy Bishop for Grenada have been doing pretty well. We would want to see these youngsters convert this 50 into 100, because this is what, from the batting points that we saw and how they are. I mean, you want teams to score 100 to give the batters to score 100 to give the team that extra batting point. So far, Shadrach is the only person so far that have given his team an extra batting point by scoring 100.
I think Pascal is one of those batsmen that have that temperament and brings up his 50 with that shot. Good knock, good 50. You have weathered the tight storm, and then there's a very subtle celebration there. And he's one of those batsmen, once he's at the crease, it will be interesting now to see how he approaches from this 50 go on, knowing that he's one of the most set batsmen there, and he have to carry, as a youngster, have to carry the burden of Dominica.
Well, he looks like he wants to mark his spot in St. Vincent. We have this saying, X mark the spot. So I guess he's marking his spot at this crease. Would love to see him convert this 50 into 100. This is what we want to see from our young players. Not just being content with a 50, scoring 100 as well.
As Jassian gets off the mark, pushing at that one a bit. So it will be interesting to see how Jassian plays to Larry Edwards, who gets that ball to rip across him. Now we see a number of viewers are locked in as well here to ITFX broadcast in St. Vincent. Good morning to the people in Barley. She's watching cricket. She says she doesn't know a thing about cricket, but she's watching. Good friend of mine.
Think you need to teach her a bit, Morris, about cricket. Exciting game, especially the T10 format. She would love it. You should invite her to one of the VPL. We should have VPL next year, which would be VPL 6. Very good product here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Well done to Dr. Kishore Shallow and the director of cricket as well, Miles Bascom, who are really the main guys behind the VPL. They have been doing a wonderful job. VPL 5 was a
success.
Was exciting.
A great success.
Exciting.
But one thing to stick is it is good to see the women getting involved in cricket. We see a number of ladies around here, even scorers and even tournaments within St. Vincent, also within the Windward Island and further by extension the West Indies. A lot of the ladies have been more involved into the cricket. It is something that you will be happy about, knowing that cricket will still be alive.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see cricket in the Caribbean is evolving. I mean, you watch the women's CPL this year. We saw 100 score in one of the games. That's a lovely shot. Swept away, just down to square leg. As Makani Clark retrieved. Strong shoulder. Lanky guy, but strong shoulder. With his locks bouncing back to his deep square leg.
Very synonymous hairstyle within the Caribbean these days.
Yes, yes. That one squeezed behind point. Pascal, youngster out of Dominica, captained the West Indies team when they won tour a couple weeks ago in Sri Lanka. Did a very good job. The Dominican government was very happy when he came back in. They treat him like a star, and that's how you want to give them that treatment early, so that they would be hungry to do more, to get that sort of treatment on a regular basis.
But it also speaks of the talent that is embedded within the people of Dominica, and I have had the encounter to meet a couple of Dominicans who are some excellent people, and so I and they like to celebrate their own, and that's something that is very much admirable about the people of Dominica.
Yeah, definitely. I love me some Dominica. I mean, I can't pick them over the Pitons though, I'm sorry. It's my second home, but I love me some Dominica. As you see the batter waving there for a little bit of water.
Yeah, it's very. And I made mention earlier on when I was in commentary that it appears that when the St. Lucians are playing here, the sun is peaking. I don't know if it has anything to do with the symbolic sun that is in there.
Do you think that the patois is being used on the playing field? Because both teams that are playing now use the patois. I don't understand what they're saying. So whenever they play against St. Vincent, they would say what they're saying in their language. I don't know if they're telling other bowlers to knock me down in their language, but I mean both teams are there and both speak patois. So I guess the umpires who are Vincentian, who have no clue about patois, they could be speaking patois and the umpires don't have a clue what they're saying.
Yeah, I think the Dominicans are more so there in a way from the patois, what we call French Creole. It is, as you know, the French settled in the early part in these Caribbean islands, and St. Lucia, who still have a whole of that Creole, that French Creole, is part of their language. But Dominica, I understand, is the seniors who will be more gravitating towards that Creole than the younger generation now. But they will have a common understanding of what they're saying. You're right.
As Larry Edwards switched the field a bit there, bringing over the man from mid-wicket to just in front point, trying to force the batter to hit the ball through the offside, which you have a packed offside. So therefore, it's a good ploy here from Larry Edwards going into his 8th over. So well done here from Larry Edwards, spinning a web here, bowling pretty well, varying his pace as well. As we welcome the Windward Islands head coach, flying in from Australia with his Australian knowledge. Good to have you here, Mr. Mr. Peters. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
So how has it been back in St. Vincent, coaching the Windwards team? I know you won't complain about the sun. I'm sure you're loving it.
Well, it's good to be home. I'm enjoying the role so far as head coach. I think the players are very respective to the fact that there's a new coach. They are putting in the work and buying into the new culture that we're trying to set. So things have been working fine so far. And it's good to be home. There's no place like home. The sun is always going to be hot. But I'm ready for any task that is put before me.
Mr. I don't forget me if I mix up with Mr. Martin because
Everybody
you're Kenroy
Same
Peters,
name,
right? No,
KP.
right. So KP, I'll give you that. I'll give you that credit, Mr. Peters. You have your type of cricket that you had when you were playing to what you're seeing now with the youngsters. How do you mesh that coming into this era of cricket for the Windward Islands?
Very good question. I think it's 2023, not 2015. I think the young players are a bit more, when I say disciplined in terms of work ethic, I think there's a bit more structure behind their training programs, and they're a lot more fitter and a bit more focused because the amount of opportunities that are available now for players, whether it be T10 leagues, T20, West Indies level, there's more 18 toes, there's a lot of opportunities out there to play cricket around the world. So you will see players are more buying into the fact that to become professionals, they have to put in the work, the work and try to give themselves every opportunity to get to that level. So the difference I can see from my playing days to now is the more opportunities available. So players are a bit more hungrier and putting a lot more work.
Yes, and
Lovely shot there by Pascal, giving himself a bit of room and spanking it over mid-off boundary. He looks like he's getting into gear now. He needs to stay there. That's what I was saying earlier, Morris. It's very easy to get runs behind square because there's no one on the 45. And I'm still worried as to why the skipper isn't getting anybody in on the 45, because at the end of the day, the wicket is spinning. It's a wicket that is conducive for spin bowlers. So there's a need to have, a 45 in because it's just giving away runs very easily.
well, they would have to know the strategy why they're using that sort of feel. As we've seen Jasion Alexander, who's having a bit of bother with that spinner Tariq Edwards around the wicket. But Mr. Peters, let me get back to you, as this one is lofted high over the top. One bounce into the boundary, another boundary. Jasion gets a boundary for the Dominicans. But Mr. Peters, let me ask you now as a head coach, where do you see the Windward Island? What component of the game do you see that needs that added work for the Windward Islands team?
Well, over the years, we all know Windwards is not short of talent. I think that's one of our main strengths. We are naturally gifted. What we need to tap into is the mindset, the way we go about our preparation, and also what we do in training to get the best out of ourselves. And one of my components I'm trying to add to the entire group is the ability to be independent cricketers, where you set out plans and you look to achieve in training rather than worrying about the results. You focus more on the process, and in turn you're going to get a favorable results that will help you under pressure. So for Windwards to be successful, which we are working on at the moment, is the process, working on the simple things that works and try to do good repetitions throughout the training session, so when an opportunity presents itself in a match in under pressure situations, we come out on top.
And think small components like patience and adapting to conditions. I know like on toes you will have team go like a 2 days prior to climatize and adjust. But how do you have players adapt to things like patience and assessing game awareness?
A very good question. What is happening now is players are now put through a fitness regime where the components to be successful is fitness, mental strength, and skill. And that's the order. If you're fitter, mentally you're going to concentrate for longer periods and you're going to put in a bit more work behind the scenes in terms of mindset, setting goals and achieving them, assessing the games, and you're no longer worried about the outcome, but you're focusing on ball by ball. And then your skills going to help you to achieve whatever your goal that you've set out to be. So the components for us when we are training is to get fitter, which will help our concentration, our mental space, and then allow our skills to do the job that is set to do, which is to perform well when there's pressure and also in any situation of the game.
Another thing to Coach Peters, what I realized few sessions I've passed out on his field, and I realized that the team do a lot of, and that's a wicket. That's a wicket. I think what Dominica need to do now is to get somebody to bat around Pascal. He's there. He's the one that's in. If any risk has to be made, it should be coming from Pascal because he's there. He understands the wicket. So losing a wicket now is not something that you want. But I mean, St. Lucia have other plans. But as I was saying, Mr. Peters, I realized that you've been doing a lot of feeling with the Windwards setup. I mean, I know that you're a type of guy that believes in feeling, but the amount of feeling that the Windwards guys have been doing, and they've been improving very, very well. What is the reason behind of doing, so much? Because the guys have been doing a lot of feeling and they're enjoying it and they've been getting better. Is that something that you brought from Australia to let them enjoy it and get better at it?
Well, what I'm looking to do, Williams, is trying to get the fear factor out of the players and worry less. So if you can perform knowing that your secondary skill, which with feeling, is at where it's supposed to be, it makes your main strength, your primary skill, to be at the level that you want to be performing. So my whole idea behind having specific feeling sessions is to break it down that when taking high catches, there are different angles. You got to run in, you got to run back, you got to run side to side. So you're basically breaking it down in such a simple way that you're focusing on the muscle memory. So in turn, that helps when we are under pressure. Again, one of the things I look to do in all my sessions is to get the players to a level where they are performing well when pressure situations arise, where there is one over to get 6 runs, 1 wicket, and the ball is hit down long off. You can call anyone to take that catch. And I figure if you have a strong fielding unit, the main skill of each individual player is always going to be where you want it to be. So my whole idea behind of this is to take away the fear factor and the worry less element.
So it brings Taj Tavernier to the crease, the new wicket, 164 for 5 here at the Cumberland playing field. Dominica batting first, and Pascal is still there. He's on 58. We have the experienced head coach here for the Windward Island, along with Keswick Williams and Mr. Peters. Just to scale it down from the Windward Island now back home where you are, how does it feel to be back home after a while from St. Vincent?
Well, I've been away for a long time, but my heart never left home. I'm always catching up with my, what we call local commerce. I will call on my good friend Keswick because he seems to be, I know
all is up to date.
I know he's, can I say, he's sponsored. Yeah, he's digital, and he gives me all the latest comments what's going on. But it's good to be back home and to see my family, see my friends, and most importantly, enjoy the local food again, which I miss dearly. So it's really good to be back home and seeing good cricket. And coming to Cumberland is one of the best places to really watch cricket in St. Vincent.
Yes, and in terms of cricket development in St. Vincent, where do you stand in terms of imparting that knowledge, not for a Windward standpoint, but from the school-based standpoint? What sort of training, or what sort of knowledge would you leave with the youngsters now?
Well, since I got home, I've been doing a lot of work with players. I make it my business to go down to Honnesville and deliberately sit in the stands and look at how many players come down and the way they go about their training. And I try to get inside of their heads to why do you train, what's the outcome you're looking for, and what's the end game, meaning what's your goal. And I strongly believe with the limited time that I'm still at home, I want to show how to prepare on your own without a coach. I notice we are still using the same styles that was back in 1960s, just hitting balls and just running up and bowl. But why are you doing that? So what I'm trying to do when I get an opportunity to see these kids training on this by themselves is have a structure, have a plan. Why are you coming every day to Honnesville? Why are you working on? What do you want to work on? What do you want to improve on? And so far I've been around the under 15 setup. I've even had 1 or 2 individual sessions with players just to give them that idea of how to train on their own so that they're not left in the dark and doing things that are not really in keeping to become better cricketers.
While you're on that, Mr. Peters, I like the fact that you mention it, because a lot of players would train, and they would train hard, but they will train doing the wrong things,
Yep.
and they would wonder, why am I not improving?
Yep.
It's simply because you're training, but you're doing the wrong thing. So you're getting better at doing the wrong things. And the fact that you're here to impart knowledge on how you go about doing the right things on a regular basis to get better is very important.
I totally agree with you because one of the mistakes we make or made in the past is that we think training should be hard. It should be smart. And smart simply means, why am I falling over when I'm playing the front foot drive? So this is where you look to seek advice, and then you implement the proper approach to really look to improve in that area.
As we see the introduction of Akeem Geese, who leg break bowler from the River End, quite strange that he's coming in so late, knowing that the wicket is turning a lot. But it's good bowling from Tariq and Edwards so far. The Dominicans, they're 166 for 5 into the 30th over. Much better run scoring from where they were in the last game. And Mr. Peters, in terms of female cricket now, I'm not too sure if you are the head coach as well for the female team. You could correct me on that. But in terms of female cricket, what are you seeing that is different back then to now? And how do you think you could impact and mold cricket from the female part now going forward?
Well, I'm not directly involved with the female part of the volcanoes, but I still, again, I do have time with the kids that are looking to improve their cricket, whether it be male or female. Just 2 weeks ago, I was part of a program with Bonnet, who is a female coach. I think he's the under 19 female coach.
Okay.
And he runs his own program, and I've been doing a bit of work with his girls, and they're amazed of the short period of time how much their game has progressed by simple instructions and introducing drills that will help their day-to-day ability to play forward or back foot shots. When I was in Australia, the female program there is so big that they have hundreds of girls that are coming just to improve their cricket, and that's something I want to bring, going into introducing this into schools and getting more girls playing cricket.
As a fall for another wicket there, Pascal. Earlier this morning, I was saying that there's this shot that he's playing over mid wicket. He's not really picking the right balls to hit. Few times he tried to play that shot, and the ball was a bit, back in the wicket, passing the top of off stump. Those are not the right deliveries to hit over mid wicket. Fuller they are, it's better for them to hit. And as you said earlier, what will sweet you would sour you, and I guess that soured him a bit. Now he's gone. As I said earlier, you want these batters to convert 50s into 100. You don't want to score 50s and be content with it. You need to score hundreds. and I'm sure that the head coach for Windwards would have wanted to see him gone on and scoring a big 100 here.
Well, it's about taking the opportunity that's given, making sure that you capitalize on the stats that you've been getting, and at his level, no doubt he has the ability. Maybe it's just a lapse in concentration, or probably trying to think about the 50 overs rather than the next ball.
So it's 167 for 6. Dominica have just lost the solidity of their foundation in batting, and that was Stefan Pascal. And it now brings Brian Joseph to the crease, and good going there from Edwards. He's gotten his 2nd wicket so far, and he will be enjoying the bowling here at Cumberland, and it will be interesting to see how much they will get from here. They still have 20 overs remaining into over number, well, this is over number 30, so after this will be some 19 overs remaining, and just 4 more wickets in hand. So the St. Lucians have really steadied their patience, and now we are seeing a very strange field, a very short. Is that loud appeal for catch? And the batsman is walking, and that's it. Catch taken at first slip by Akeem Ogis, and Joseph didn't really seem like he's here for a long stay. Just wanted to see what the heat is like out there, and walk back to the pavilion without troubling the score, Keswick.
Well, I'm guessing that he likes the view from the wicket, but he likes to be in the dugout. I'm not sure, but well bowled there from Larry, not taking anything away from him. As I said, he's a guy that varies his pace, and he has been doing very well for St. Lucia. The first game he was bowling a little bit too fast, but now you can see the varying of his pace is really working for him now. So well bowled by Larry Edwards. It looks a bit dismal here now for Dominica.
Well, it's a jinx break one time, and we'll take a quick break here. Thank you, Mr. Peters, for your time spent with us here and for the little knowledge you have imparted onto us. We hope that you do enjoy whatever knowledge you're imparting to the senior Windward team, and by extension, whoever you come in contact with.
Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure to be in company of yourself and the great Sir Keswick Williams. You know, he's a diplomat, so
of course, you have to give him his credence.
The police escort at the back.
Of course.
I know the PM is not here, so you know it must be for Keswick Williams.
Definitely, I always travel with my security. Always.
Well, you have to be very careful. You have to make appointments to see him, you know.
He's the Prime Minister?
No, Keswick.
Well, he's sitting next to me, so I mean, you know, as long as you're next to me,
he's in exalted company.
Definitely.
It's an honor to be next to you.
And I would say, before Mr. Peters go, I would say thanks to Mr. Peters for imparting so much knowledge on me when he was playing for St. Vincent at that time. You know, I mean, Mr. Peters and Dighton Butler, who's now an umpire in this tournament, played a key role in my development. So I must say thanks to him. You know what I mean? Since his playing days, he was doing his coaching. You know, and now he's into that important role of head coach for Windward. So I'm happy to see his growth, and I have no doubt that he will do a brilliant job as head coach for Windward. Thanks again, Mr. Peters. You have been fantastic in my upbringing.
Thank you. It was my pleasure to be part of your development, and I'm very pleased and happy when I heard and saw you playing for West Indies. And I do hope you continue to work hard and get yourself back to that level. So thank you.
Definitely.
Well, there you have it from the man, Kenroy Peters. Sweet Pete, too sweet to beat. Welcome back home, brother. Just a Kenroy's combination here. Keswick. A key again?
Yes.
The keys.
Another key.
Yes,
I could remember the first time playing with Kenroy Peters in St. Lucia. We were playing against St. Lucia, and I was having a brilliant spell. And I think in that game I got a 6 wicket. And as soon as a said batsman walked out to bat, I think, I can't remember his name, but as soon as he walked out, they just asked me to cut bowling for a while, and they just throw the ball to Kenroy Peters. As soon as this guy see Kenroy Peters, he gets scared. So, he sort of had an intimidating factor playing against St. Lucia when St. Lucia see him. So, Kenroy Peters, he was just a lovely bowler in his day. Just happy to see him, growing up into his coaching role. And I have no doubt that he would do a fantastic job, as I said earlier, with the Windwards setup.
Well, there you have it. About Kenroy Peters, one of the Kenroys out of Morocco, Emmanuel High crew. Kenroy. So here at Cumberland, we are still carrying this game live. Dominica versus St. Lucia. Dominica have batted themselves into trouble here. Really, some ill shots. The two set batsmen are back. That is Pascal and Hodge. They are now 168 for 7. 30 overs have been completed here. Really, they have thrown away a pretty good position here after being 140 odd for 3. They are now 168. 168 for 7, Dominica. Really looking like they're not going to get to 200 here.
Yeah, I'm not too pleased with the way how Kavim got out. Also, Stefan Pascal, they got themselves in after going through a miserable period, and I think they just gifted their wicket away. I mean, these two guys in this team right now, along with Tyrone Teofil, really is the spearhead of the St. Lucia batting, and they are to do better than that to take their team over certain hurdles.
Well, that would have been the difference in 250 and 200 runs here today. Those two batters, that is Pascal and Hodge, but both of them have been dislodged. But St. Lucia are happy for that. It's 169 for 7. We're in the 31st over. As Ogis, one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament so far. Good stop there by the man, which is Melius. Always find himself in the way in the action as the skipper. Good stop by him.
I find Agis today is a lot better in terms of his length and the line that he's bowling.
A lovely shot from the number 11 there. That's Tavamere. So Tavamere and Vincent Lewis are at the crease for Dominica. Both lower order batsmen. And Ogis is doing the bowling for St. Lucia. Here and Dominica 170. Sorry. Just clip that's off his pads. Picks up another single. He's calling for 2. No, says his partner.
Lewis has been around for a while. Playing for Dominica. He has been around for a while. Left arm fast bowler. He's not really a muck with the bat. He can hit them far.
Well, 31 overs have been completed here at Keswick, and Dominica 171 for 7. And you have Tavamere at the crease with Lewis, looking to propel that score to at least 200 or so to really make it challenging for St. Lucia. St. Lucia has been having a pretty good time in this tournament. Really got an opportunity to bat here in the first game and pile up 334. 334 as the skipper Melius continues to make the changes. He has been very impressive here as a skipper, young skipper for St. Lucia. He sets some very unorthodox feel, always in the game, always make the right changes, and he has now made another change, bringing back his fast bowler Clark, really to get rid of the tail, as we normally say in cricket.
So far, St. Lucia
8, 9, 10 Jack.
St. Lucia have been doing very well with their points, with their allotted points in terms of bowling. I think they have gathered 2 points so far, because they're also bowling points being given in this tournament as well. So St. Lucia so far have been awarded 2 points from their bowling effort, and there's a possibility that they can get another. Obviously Dominica have different plans, but the way how things has been going so far, Dominica haven't been showing any fight apart from when Kavem Hodge and Pascal was at the crease.
So it's Charles, just been reintroduced. So it's outside the off stump, just playing that one into the wicket really. Good start from Charles just on the off stump, just to let you know there's a third man. A backward point, short extra cover, mid off, a sweeper, long on, deep mid wicket. Mid wicket and a short fine leg. So the reintroduction of Clark, the opening bowler for St. Lucia. He has a number 17 on his back. First delivery has been delivered already as he runs away from us. It's a slow one, just turn to the onside, picks up a single. Dominica decked in green and red. St. Lucia, black, blue with yellow. Just cutting it at the neck. So some colorful uniforms here for these teams in this Windward Island Super 50 tournament. Well designed, well decked in the national colors.
Most of these uniforms were done by Stonehill. Stonehill is responsible for a lot of the uniforms in the Caribbean.
So it's a full one on top of his legs. He's called for one. Should have done much better with that full delivery, but gets one. Good return. So the sponsors of this tournament, really, are they the contracted?
I'm not sure if they are contracted to do uniforms for, the entire tournament, but I know that they do uniforms for a lot of first-class teams in the Caribbean. For example, Barbados, they do uniform for Windwards. They do uniform for Guyana as well, Leewards. So, that's
this is
very disappointing.
Oh my God!
Short Martin, really a nothing delivery.
Oh my word!
Stood up in the wicket, and he hit it straight up. It was a sky. He just hit it straight up in the air.
Did that just happen?
Yes, it did, Martin.
My God!
I mean, I've seen a lot of things happen in cricket. This is not one. This is not something that you will usually see. A ball like that would get hit over cover because it was slow into the wicket. He picked it. He actually picked the delivery, but couldn't time it enough to hit it over cover. He hit it straight up in the air.
Well, my word, we have seen it all here at Cumberland, but that was really awful. That was really awful there by the batter. It's a slow, short delivery. Could have hit that delivery anywhere he wants on the ground. And it chose to hit it in one of the fielders' hands at mid-off. He goes back to the field, and Dominica here, 171 for 8. 171 for 8. The number 3 chads in that, that's the name of Tyson. Gillan Tyson. He replaces, is it Lewis? Vincent Lewis? Just going to that awful shot, really. Charles picks up his third wicket in this innings. Well, St. Lucia, as we normally say, they're climbing up the pitons, getting there slowly but surely. 171 for 8. That's runs on the ball already. Keswick, they have to go and get it.
Definitely, as we know, the surface it's a bit more difficult to bat on in the evening. But with the batting that St. Lucia possess, I mean, I'm thinking that they could get over the hurdle if Dominica don't get over 200. But cricket has been played on the day. Makani Clark bowling pretty well so far for his team. He's being reintroduced.
Well, Dominica needs some impetus here. Really falling away badly. Started badly as well. Lost 3 early wickets. Hodge and Pascal came together. Lovely partnership between both of them. Both of them getting half centuries. Then gifting their wickets away. Both of them. Then here goes Dominica again into a slump. 174 for 8. 2 wickets remaining here. Just 31 overs been bowled at Cumberland. That tells you the story of Dominica's tournament. Charles continues here for St. Lucia. Short, slower delivery. Looking to do that again, innit?
As I said earlier in the first game, you have to earn the right to bowl your slower balls. And bowling to the tail enders, he's earning his right to bowl his slower balls here. Mackenny Clark picking up 2 wickets. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 for 16. Good returns here from Mackenny Clark. It's not over yet. He can get more. Just need to continue to hit the right areas.
Well, the fast bowlers keep getting wickets on this surface.
Fast bowlers will get wickets on this sort of surface, because if you can hit the right areas and leave the ball to do what it's supposed to do, you know, I mean, you're gonna get wickets. And then in the back end, bowling your off-pace deliveries and, you know, and hitting those various lengths, that is the key for fast bowlers. You just have to earn the right to bowl your deliveries on this sort of surface.
So it's the young south of St. Lucia. Keeps bowling his leg spin. I think he's second in wickets in the tournament, behind of redhead of Grenada. Continues to bowl as Tyson just plays that one smartly up to the man at cover. Flighty delivery, beaten outside the awesome into the glove of the wicket keeper. That one pitch and spun.
Yeah, he spins the ball. He have been spinning the ball ever since the first game. You know, it's spinning a little bit slow, but it's spinning very big. So I think so far they haven't been really batting him well. So it gives him the opportunity to flight it even more. He's been picking up wickets. In the first game, his length was the issue, but now he is better with his length.
Geese flighted delivery outside the awesome. Bale's been whipped off by the wicket keeper. Good work. So Geese just pitching down on the off stump, getting some turn. Wicket keeper doing exceptionally well to take the Bales off, just clipping it as he continues to work here for St. Lucia. That one is beaten and there's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. So over number 34 has come to an end. An excellent over ball here by Ogis.
Only if the skipper wish he could have gotten, you know, a replay here. But Ogis, the important thing about Ogis bowling is that his pace on this wicket is very good. This is the sort of pace that you need to bowl on this wicket. Skipper Kimani Melius marshalling his troops well. Give the signal for a review to the umpire jokingly, wishing he could have gotten a replay or a review. There's a tournament offer reviews here, Martin.
Well, we're not gifted with that technologically. So we have to play what we have now. We have 2 cameras, the standing cameras, so can't give you any replays. You could give it a replays, but don't have a tour umpire in place to do such. That's why.
Still want to shout out ITFX.
Big up.
For the wonderful job that they have been doing over the years with live cricket. They have been doing a splendid job. The camera crew of ITFX. We're not getting the privilege of the allotted cameras that we would usually have at VPL. But we're grateful for what we're seeing here from the ITFX. The quality is magnificent. They can only get better at live cricket, which they are doing.
It's right behind of that calls for a single, really. Good running, good decision by these two. Another run to them. 177, 177 for 8, Dominica. They won the toss this morning and decided to bat. had a very bad start. Recovered with Hodge and Pascal, both men getting half centuries, then gifting their wickets away, and they have now fallen into a slump at 177 for 8 with Tavernier on strike. This one is down the leg side. Goalkeeper take from the wicketkeeper, moving to his left. A good take by him. I haven't seen any signal from the umpire. Probably just hit the pad on its way through to the wicketkeeper. So it's Lewis and Tavernier doing battle here for Dominica, the Nature Isle, against St. Lucian Pitons. Charles, slower delivery, walked out nicely to mid-wicket. He calls for one. He's looking for a second as the spectators here call for two. So it's 170. 178 for 8. 35th over being bowled here. This one is wrapping him on his part. Calls for single. No run there. So St. Lucia have played some decent cricket here this morning. They have been patient. And really, as I said before, the St. Lucian batters have really gifted their wickets. The Dominican batters have really gifted their wickets away to the St. Lucian bowling. I've really not really.
They're somewhat in a slumber now. I mean, they're still going at 5 runs per over. And that may change probably in the next couple of overs. Because the St. Lucia team, they're really bowling well now. McKenny just complete a over. And it's 178 for 8. Still, the projected score is over 250. I'm not sure if Tyson, have something to say about that regarding getting to the score up to 250. But the way how Agis is bowling, he may have other plans. He's spinning the ball. He's bowling in some good areas. That's causing a little bit of problem for Tavernier. Let's see how he goes in this over.
So Geese, the ball in his hand, flighted. If he's hitting that up in the air, would he be caught? He's coming under it. Yes, he's out caught. Another wicket for O'Geese. A simple catch again to the man at mid-off, looking to clear him. And Dominica has lost wicket number 9 here. And really, as we said, they continue to give their wickets away.
Yes, definitely. I mean, as I mentioned a couple seconds before, the way he's bowling in this game is a lot better than when he picked up his 5 wickets, because in this game his length and the pace that he's bowling with is excellent, and I think he would cause some problem for the lower order in this Dominica team. As Alexander walks out to bat, Delaney Alexander that is, walks out to bat.
Well, Tavernier walks back slowly but surely back to the pavilion.
I realize that Tyson is standing down at the strikers, and I hope he remember that when a wicket fall, there's no more crossing. The batsman that is walking in have to face. New rule being implemented by the ICC. There's some advantages and some disadvantages to that, but it's only on the day you can really say what the advantages are or what the disadvantages are. So, what do you think about it? Think it's a good implementation by the ICC?
Well, as you said, you have to look at the advantages and disadvantages. Could have gotten the in batsman to bat the first delivery or the penultimate delivery of the over. Could have gone in the benefit of the batsman, just looking from the other end. And it's the opposite way. You have to face the delivery no matter what time you come in, whether you Yeah, cross, yes or no. So crossing has gone out. So Geese continues on that line. Alexander plays forward to that first delivery. Really, it's a lovely day for cricket here at Cumberland. Breeze is just blowing across the playing field. Lovely breeze. The sun is out in all his glory, flighted, driven back past Geese. So Alexander is off the mark. And Dominica now 179. 179 for 9. A mini collapse here at the back, and it started so in the front. So as you normally say, oh, we're going bad morning, can come good evening. That's when it's pitched and spun across him into the keeper's glove.
as we speak about the whole no crossing again, a scenario just came into my mind. Picture this, Martin, if Akil Hussein
reverse sweep,
trying to be creative there. Tyson, not sure if he's accustomed to playing these shots, but I mean, I guess he's trying to play with the turn. But as I was saying, I draft up a scenario in my mind when it comes to the advantages and disadvantages of not crossing.
Yeah.
You can picture a Pollard and Akil Hussein batting, and Pollard skies one, and you cross Pollard out, and they need 4 runs to win of 2 deliveries, and in comes Andrew Russell. You can't cross again, so Andrew Russell have to face up. You as a bowler would love to see Akil Hussein at the end. I mean, he's not a mock with the bat, but you would prefer to see Akil Hussein than Andrew Russell. So
right.
Those are the
advantages and disadvantages.
The no crossing.
All right. So the ICC is saying that you have to walk the straight road. There's no crossing being put for your safety anymore.
No pedestrian crossing. Cross at your
own risk.
Cross at your own risk.
Wow. So Akeem has just finished another over, a successful over for him. And St. Lucia continues to pile the pressure on here on the Dominicans at 181 it is. 181 for 9. Akeem Auguste has just picked up another wicket, so he's probably in line with Redhead out of Grenada for most wicket. As Clark continues from this end. Dominica 181 for 9. Clark continues. This one is down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. A fuller delivery. Fuller delivery that was looking for that. Those timbers is Clark, but just missing his length somewhat. I'm happy that the breeze is blowing to the Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. The players should be happy as well. You can see the trees going left to right more today. So I guess there are more breeze as we're feeling this here in the commentary booth.
Yes.
There's no AC for us. So therefore, we have to depend on the little wind that's blowing now.
Well, we have the natural air condition being presented to us. It's provided for us naturally as well.
Also have to shout out to Island Sip. I'm not sure if they're a sponsor of the tournament, but thankful to Island Sip that, you know, I'm not getting dehydrated or anything like that. Akeem McGee's bowling, well, spinning a web today. Bowling 4 overs for 5 runs, 1 wicket. Seems to be Mr. Economical today.
Clark looking to finish this innings for St. Lucia. Hop, a jump and a skip. This one is appealing. Not out, says the umpire. Seems to be heading down leg somewhat. Or just pitch outside. The umpire is in the best position to make that decision. He says not out. 183 for 9.
Definitely pitching just outside of the stump. Good shout there by Mackenny Clark, keeping the umpires in the game. Playing across that one. Just pitching outside off stump. Mackenny Clark.
A hop, a jump and a skip for Clark. This one is a quicker delivery, beating him for pace. Well taken by the wicket keeper. It's getting rather full, looking for those timbers, those 3 pieces of woodwork. 183 for 9. St. Lucia here, leading the way. Played some good cricket in this tournament. You're looking at the Winlot Super 50 Windward Islands tournament. This one is a quicker one on length, beating him into the keeper's glove. Just picking up some pace here, Charles. Getting excited. Going past the bat into the keeper's glove. As bowlers full deliveries looking for the timber. That one just back of a length. And just rushing past the outer portion of the bat into the keeper's glove. Good delivery from him as he continues to plow away here. Continue to apply his trade. Clark for St. Lucia, number 17 on his back.
As I mentioned earlier, Martin, we would see a dip in the current run rate. The way how McAnee, Clark and O'Geese is operating right now. It has gone down to 4.96. And the projected score is now 240-44 or so. So a couple of overs ago, the projected score was over 250. But now it's at 244. And I'm guessing it may, get less. Because the way how Akeem and Clark is bowling, I don't see these 2 batters. I'm not saying that they can't play. I'm not saying that they can't score runs. But obviously they wouldn't be at ease scoring like how Hodge and Stefan was scoring at the end of the over there. It's 184 for 8. Dominica.
Well, you spoke about the projected score. I'm seeing a score on the board here. Dominica not looking like they could get to 100 here. But your projected score is 140 plus, Fortune favor the brave. Something may happen for Dominica. Who knows? Last wicket partnership. Things could happen. But Akeem O'Geese is with the ball in his hand. He's just picked up a wicket from his previous over. Looking for another. There's 2 slips now in operation. A backward point. A cover. Short extra cover. Flighty delivery. Played back to O'Geese. Looking for that number 10. There's a deep mid-wicket. A long on. Nobody at mid-wicket here to save a single. Long off. Flighted. He's hitting that. He's hiking it straight back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. He's calling for 2. He gets 2 more runs. So chance in his hand there. His stuff here. And 2 good runs to him.
As I said, Tyson is not a mock with the bat. He was on contract as well for Windwards a few years ago while the franchise was in Grenada. So he passed through a few coaches who would have worked on his batting. So he's not really a mock with the bat. He would play shots, which you have seen a delivery ago. But Akeem is bowling pretty well. I'm very impressed with the way how he has bowled in this game.
Well, that one was flighted. He went for it. Really. Just spinning across the bat into the keeper's glove there. Dot delivery. Just a little slower delivery than the ones here. He has been bowling today. Slower delivery. Give it a bit more flight. Shorter one. Punks on it and just pulls it through mid-wicket. A loose delivery by O'Geese. And that goes into the fence for 4. So Tyson scoring 4 runs here. 4 good-looking runs from a short, bad delivery there from O'Geese.
I can't tell the last time I've seen a spinner bowling after 30 overs with 2 slip in place. Unless you're Rashid Khan, but on this wicket, O'Geese is proven to be a little Rashid Khan, spinning the ball really well here, causing a bit of problems for the tail enders.
Well, over number 38 has come to an end, bowled by Ogis. Dominica marches on to 181. If I'm sure, that will be clarified by the scorer. From my recollection, of 181 for 9. So, St. Lucia playing the more impressive cricket here this morning. What's the score? So Clark wrong the wicket. This one is outside the off stump, beating him into the keeper's glove. 191 for 9. Dominica looking to get to that special score of 200. Last wicket partnership between these two.
Looking at the field here now, Martin, Mechanic Clark has gone around the wicket, but he has a short third man and he's bowling hard length. Any tickle past that third man fielder, it's going to be 4. I'm not sure if what the plan is here, but bowling around the wicket, going into the wicket with a short third man is kind of
risky.
Very risky.
But he just squeezes that one out. Clap comes from the pavilion. Well done to him. Squeezes that one, picks up a single. .191. Dominica keep edging up to that 200. Really good batting surface here at Cumberland. No devil in the wicket, as we normally say. Local palang. Another one squeezed back. Another single been taken. Ogis does the feeling.
He's very agile in the field. Akeem Ogis, as I mentioned earlier, he's one that I look at for the future. We would hear a lot of good things about this young man. Happy to see him in the senior team for St. Lucia, so that he'll gain some knowledge early coming out of the under-19 tournament. Very talented guy, and his family supports him well with his cricket. A little bit surprised that his father isn't here. Always travel when he comes to St. Vincent or anywhere in the Windward Island for cricket. Very supportive of his son, and that's what we want to see, you know, in the Caribbean. Parents supporting their kids with whatever sport or whatever they decide to go into, as long as it's beneficial to them in the future. I think parent support is very, very critical.
So a little break in play, the change of ball, had some issues with it. I think it probably lost its shape or burst on the side, but there was a change of ball here from this end. Umpires bringing out the necessaries. This one is a short, slow delivery, just holding up into the wicket. 1-2 bounce to the wicket keeper. Dominica 192. 192 for 9. You're looking at the Windward Islands Super 50 tournament, been held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, under the auspices of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, sponsored by the National Lotteries of the Windward Islands.
That's something that bowlers hate. As he walk closer to the batter, he must say something. He will say something, because it's one of those things that bowlers get very upset with, running from so far and then batters pull out. McKenny Clark. I'm not gonna be surprised if he gets a quick bumper here or a toe crusher from McKenny Clark. It's a long walk back to your bowling mark.
In humid conditions as well. See, just keeping a trifle low. Wicket keeper. He's using his pads, stopping that delivery. We have seen a couple of deliveries did that today from this end. So have to be careful with the inconsistency of the bounce of the wicket. Clark continues. Another full delivery. Over number 39 has come to an end.
These two batters seems like they want to create a little bit of frustration for the St.Lucian bowlers. They have been chugging along well. I mean, they are not scoring above 5 runs per over. But if they can do this for the next 5 overs or so, it will get them over 210 surely. Obviously, Agis have been doing a brilliant job for his team. He would want to make or want to create an opportunity here now for his team and try to end this frustration for the St. Lucia team so that they can get out of this heat.
Another single. Easy single.
Tyson is now on 12 and Alexander on 4. As a bowling unit, sometimes you feel like a tail ender shouldn't hold you up so long. But Alexander looking pretty good, playing on his front foot really well, squeezing out Agis. Agis wouldn't mind because he's not really scoring. He's been very economical today. He would want to create an opportunity here for his skipper, Kimani Melius. Loud appeal. Ball coming off. Batsman forearm there. Off his elbow, sorry. Umpire Byam has been doing a great job so far in this tournament. As I said, these tail enders wouldn't be as tight as the top order batters. So you will find more often that you get the edges of these tail enders. They're not really scoring, but as long as they stay there as long as possible, it can get a little bit frustrating. And as the umpire, signal for power play. Another power play. And Shadrach, this cat, the destroyer, is back on the ball. As Akim Agis finish 39th over. Guess Shadrach came back to wrap up things. He would want to create that opportunity. First ball passing the edge with good pace, good heat from Shadrach.
Yes, he bowls at hard length, just outside the off stump. Just outside the off stump. And he's one to bowl at the depth, Descartes. And really a good first up delivery there, just outside the off stump, beating him for pace as well. And he's looking really to wrap up this Dominican innings. As you said, it could get a little frustrating when they're number 11. I have a 10 wicket partnership here, and they just stick around, not scoring much, but it could be a little frustrating as Descartes continues. This one is just down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So, loose delivery down the leg side. Another run to Dominica's total. St.Lucia looking to wrap up this innings. Dominica looking to score as much runs as possible. This one is outside again, just beating the bat. Goes past the bat into the keeper's glove. So 3 balls have been bowled here from Descartes. And really, Dominica 194. 194. We are in the 41st over. This one is down the leg side again. Descartes just losing his trajectory there, losing his line and length. And probably trying too hard.
His action would produce that. He falls away at the crease a lot. So he tends to push the ball down the leg side. I think Coach Kenroy Peters would look into that, you know, to keep him a bit more upright at delivery stage. So I guess that's the reason why more often than not he would push the ball down the leg side, because of his action before falling away, you know, to the offside. And with the sun that's out there, the heat, you know, one may get tired a little bit faster. Fatigue will creep in. Concentration would get less. So good comeback.
Well, he's totally behind that one. Pushing it back to Descartes. Dominica continues to fight here, continues to fight and battle against St. Lucia in the Windwards 50-50 Super 50 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lovely conditions for cricket. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, running down to third man. Another single. So some good cricket.
As we've got some news from the game in Sion Hill, Grenada versus St. Vincent. Grenada batting 203 or 40 overs.
And they have lost 5 wickets in their pursuit. That game is going to be a very interesting game. St. Vincent, a long batting lineup, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but Grenada has a pretty good bowling attack as well. 200 plus runs on the board. That's runs on the board as Descartes continue to bowl here, looking to get rid of this last partnership here for Dominica. Brings over number 41 to an end. And Dominica here, 197. Creeping up to that 200 mark. 197 for 9.
Lots of water being utilized in this session of play. As we know, the heat out there, it's not something that we want to deal with, but we have to. Agis bowling really well here in this game. Love the lengths and the pace that he's bowling at. Akeem Agis. Just needs to continue from there.
Well, as we continue here, O'Geese bowling to Tyson is comfortably behind the one. That brings fellow commentator back into the box. This one is a flighted delivery. Just pushed it forward. He's standing there. Could have called for a single. Could have gotten an easy single. He decides not to. Tyson. Probably telling his partner, I am the one to be facing the majority of the deliveries here.
Well, it's a bit frustrating for the St. Lucians to have this last pair. Their partnership is going up to 21 so far. And the batsmen are really showing them the full face of the bat with every stroke they're playing. So clearly they have find some relish in this track. It is a batsman paradise, not to shy you, but it clearly shows you. It clearly shows you once you apply yourself to the crease. A loud appeal, so umpire is not moved unless he's gonna call the end of the over. And
not too sure what's happening here. The umpire is inquiring to the square leg as to what has happened. He's probably not sure as to where the ball came off, if it's shot the bat going on to the fielder hands or something, but he's clarifying it. He's not too sure, but he's there making that decision with his partner at 197. So he's walking back to his original position with the ball in his hand. He has remained with his decision not out, as O'Geese continues to press on here for St. Lucia, looking to clean up this last wicket, put things to rest. Hot day at Cumberland.
yes, and Martin, you will not know how important this last wicket partnership might be. It's now going for 21 runs so far, and this is 21 vital runs. When you check it, 197. And
this time he's out. He's gotten him. O'Geese picks up the second wicket, and Dominica are all out here for 197 at Cumberland. So excellent effort here by the St. Lucians. A great catch by, it seems to be, Tariq Edwards at backward point. And their innings have come to an end here at 197. 197 all out here. You were in the 42nd over of this game, and Dominica are all out for 197.
Well, clearly the Dominicans is a matter of time and patience, and the Dominicans show some resilience with the last wicket pair, 197. A very good knock in context of the cluster of wicket they would have lost after Stephen Pascal and Kavim Hodge. So 197, I believed, enough on this track for the Dominicans to bowl at, and that knock of Pascal and Hodge, that partnership really brought them back to some level of balance to give them a fight in total. But I believe that 200 mark would have been more of a psychological impact than 197.
Indeed. Just to let you know how things played out today, Dominica won the toss and elected to bat. They started with Tyrone Theophile. He got 7 runs from 8 deliveries. Casimir Benjamin, he got 2 from 10. And Stephen Pascal got 58 from 73 deliveries. Gian Benjamin, he got 12 from 18 deliveries. Kevin Hodge, another half centurion, he got 55 from 53. And Jason Alexander, he got 8 from 15. Taj Tavernier, he got 6 from 14. Brian Joseph, he got a duck. Vincent Lewis, 4 from 10. And Tyson, 13 from 33. And Delaney Alexander, 4 from 18. That gives you a total of 197. 197 Dominica all out. And just to let you know the bowling, Clark, he bowled 7 overs, 24 runs, 2 wickets. Kian Guston, he bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Larry Edwards, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs. He picked up 3 wickets. Tyrell Chicot, he bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Tariq Edwards, 7 overs, no maidens, 53 runs, 1 wicket. Chadwick Descartes, 4 overs, no runs, 21, no wickets, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. And Akeem Agosti, 7.1 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, 2 wickets. So that's how it went today. Dominica been bowled out for 197 here at Cumberland. So when we return, St. Lucia would start their innings here at Cumberland, and we would bring you more coverage as we take a break here at Cumberland.
So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field where we have this National Lottery Super 50 tournament, Windward Island tournament being held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have this encounter, third round encounter from the Dominicans taking on St. Lucia. And earlier on in the day, St. Lucia Dominica won the toss and chose to bat. They batted 41.5 overs and made 197 all out. 197 all out. A good knock by Stefan Pascal and Kevin Hodge, who got 50 apiece in their quest for setting a total. Now it's the chance of the Dominicans to bowl at the St. Lucians. St. Lucians, who have a very healthy point standing with 13 points going into Sunday's final. They will look to catapult these runs in quick succession to add to their already 13 points. So we have the Dominicans who are tearing onto the field. The umpires are waiting, and the St. Lucian batters are now taking Melius and Emmanuel. So the captain will lead from the front, and it will be interesting to see how this battle sets out today. And the Dominicans, who haven't had a point yet in this encounter, will be looking to get their first point or first set of points as they do battle. And it appears that they're going to start with the spin of Kevin Hodge, the left arm orthodox leg spinner. So yes, Kevin Hodge will start battle for the Dominicans. And Emmanuel, he will be on strike, and that's Sabinus Emmanuel. As we say, a good evening to Kenroy Martin, who seems to enjoy the delicacies of the lunch provided.
Well, good afternoon to you, Kaznal, and good afternoon to the viewers. Yes, I had my little share of what we call lunch here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in Cumberland on the leeward side, provided by the caterers. Well done to them. But we're here set for the second half of this match between St. Lucia and Dominica. We see a change in strategy right away. Dominica looking to get some wickets early with Hodge bowling the new ball. Looking to get into the St. Lucians batting here after scoring 179.
So Hodge with the first ball. So clearly, it should have been a single there. A missed opportunity. So Emmanuel, who Kevin Hodge, who has gotten a good tournament so far, not as you would expect, but has been doing very well. And the captain realizing that this track now is very much entitled to its spin nature, have deployed Kevin Hodge to do all the backland six and all the wickets.
Well, I think the ploy here is to get amongst the wickets very early from Dominica, and they've used the trump bowler which is Hodge, up front with the new ball. He's accustomed to bowl this new ball in the white form, in the shorter format of the games. So they are looking to get some wickets here. But Emmanuel and Melius looking to deny them of such. Really, St. Lucia have gotten good starts from them. So hopefully they would do the necessaries again today. But Dominica are really looking to get amongst the wickets pretty early.
It is interesting that they have a strong offside field, which is there's a man of backward point, there's a point, there's a cover, mid-off, along on, and a mid-wicket, square leg, and the other fielder That was outside. So bring the first over to an end. A maiden to start. A good start by Dominica.
Well, yeah, that is what they were looking for from Hodge. Tight start. They need to play tight stuff. Keep it tight. But the thing is that they need to get wickets. They scored 197, and they need to get wickets early, especially get into the St. Lucia's middle order with the likes of Descartes down the middle, really to come. They need to put pressure on St. Lucia. But the thing is, here, this is an easy batting track. It's even easier when the sun bakes it. So St. Lucia really don't have much trouble here. Just occupy the crease, and they will get to that total rather easily. But as the Dominican batted first, we saw some really irresponsible shots from the batters, and they lost all 10 wickets very cheaply. But the runs on the board is runs on the board, really. And they need to get that 197 to win this game this evening.
Well, it will be Lavia who will do battle from this commentary booth N. And sorry, that's Gillon Tyson. So just that channel of just about our stump where you will want as a fast bowler to be bowling. There's a slip deploy this time. Hodge, who's that first slip. There's a third man. There's a point cover. And mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. And the fielder going back at fine leg. And the deep square. So the deep square and the third man are the two fielders on the outside in this first power play. Oh, that channel of uncertainty, whether to go or to stay back on the back foot, really creating that doubt in Melius' mind. Yes,
I'm pitching just in that era of uncertainty there. Melius was caught in between, forward and back. And really, at the end of the day, that ball beat him into the keeper's glove. Fortunate for him, it was outside the off stump.
So good asking, and just want the viewers to know that there's not much breeze. There's a gentle breeze that is blowing, but nothing to deviate that ball away from Melius. It's the new ball, and this time it's in there. What a shot! And that goes into the... As you may have heard a code here on the commentary booth here, and it went for 6. A welcome 6 earlier.
Well, he missed his length and line there, and really Melius crashed into that. Cumberland, not a huge park by any margin, and he smashed that straight back over the bowler's head, and really causing some disturbance at the top of our heads here. We were in mortal danger.
well, gladly enough, we have the galvanize to shadow us, and it happened that it did not come flatter to put us in any sort of high risk danger. So clearly Melius is showing his intent. It's the first 6 of the match, and Melius is off the mark. Dominica, St. Lucia, they're off the mark as well.
Well, really and truly, he looked really good against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Melius. When he started his innings, he looked positive, he looked focused, and really, he didn't get much in the first game. He got out for a duck, and really, against St. Vincent, he was looking to get amongst the runs. He looked focused, and I think he came here with the same attitude, Melius. As the skipper, you have to lead from the front.
Yes, and he's showing that this wicket would not have much turn, and he trusts the pitch enough to play through that shot, and clearly got value for his shot. So that channel again. So he just pull his length back a bit and then allow the natural angle of the ball to go through to the keeper.
Well, that one was just on fourth stump. Almost in the same era. But Melius dealt with it differently. He showed the arms into the keeper's glove. That ball had just a little pace on it. Medium, fast bowler here from Dominica. As he continues here to really look for the first wicket for Dominica. Oh, bad miss there. Bad miss.
So he missed it, that field. Went into the boundary. So four runs signaled there by umpire Williams. out of St. Lucia.
Well, this is a super start for St. Lucia here.
Yeah, the ideal start they would want, knowing that Hodge bowled a maiden in the previous over. So just trying to add that pressure onto Tyson. So end of the over, end of the first over there for Tyson, which is the second one for St. Lucia. And in doing so, they're 10. They're 10 without loss.
And something to note here is that standards, you have to maintain standards. You have to keep a high standard when it comes to these sort of cricket. And we have not really seen that coming out of the Dominican team in this tournament. They have not really set any standards. They have not played up to the standard that they ought to. I'm not too sure if it was their preparation or, the lack of cricket, but they have not really played up to that standard as they ought to in this tournament, this 50-50 tournament.
Well saved. Well saved there. He's certainly saved 4. And Dominican fielder there.
Well,
That's Vincent Lewis.
Just speaking of standards, automatically dive into his left, tremendous stop. That should have been 4 runs really, but he stopped 4 runs.
Well, maybe he's telling you, listen, we are not out yet. We still have a little bit of it.
Well, they are fighting here, Dominica. Hodge in his second over. Packed offside field, and the reason why that is packed because the ball is new and he's bowling just on the off stump with a quick arm action. Here, Hodge. Just looking for that ball to slide in, looking more to get a wicket via LBW or caught behind.
Yes, and that's what you will get mainly from Kevin Hodge. He's not going to look to turn it. And this one is lofted over cover. It's going out to the ropes. It's a matter of who will beat it there first. And it's just held up now. And they're coming back for the second. So, good going. Melius is off the mark with 2.
Well, Manuel, seeing that the ball is flighted in his half and he went over the top, but the ball was just held up just in front of the boundary. He got 2 runs. So St. Lucia looking rather positive here, looking to score in the first power play and really trying to make little work of this score that the Dominicans have posted.
Much slower pace, the man at cover and point and going out to the boundary. 4 runs now. And Emmanuel opening up the face at the point of contact and was able to pierce that gap there.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Emmanuel. Waited on that delivery, opened up the face of the bat and spliced it through backward point. It run off the face of this outfield, and once it beats you in the 20-yard circle, really and truly it's a difficult task to catch it back. 4 runs to him. 4 lovely runs to Emmanuel. This one is dug out. A quicker delivery by Hodge. Something that the skipper would appreciate more. So after 3 overs, it's 16 without loss. Skipper Melius is on 10 and Alexander has gone to 6. Tyson would continue bowling here for Dominica. Bowling from the commentator's end. Easterly, rolling easterly. The ground is set up running east to west. Tyson on the pads of Melius, stifled appeal.
I was wondering, Martin, if the spin should have been bowling from this end as well. We're seeing how disciplined Kevin Hodge is from that end. I'm not too sure if you might want to say the more experienced Kevin Hodge may be because of that. But in terms of from this end, yes, look, Tyson's not bowling bad, but you want to get wicket, and the track is one off spin. This one is played cleverly. Up standing tall there is Melius, and he got value for that shot to wideish mid-off and got 4 runs to that.
Well, he actually walked into that one, Melius. Made a step forward and came into Tyson. Tyson pitched right in his half, really, and he just clobbered that through covers, and he runned off the outfield into the fence for 4. 4 lovely runs there to Melius.
So, good going. This one is high and over. Point maximum for the shot. 6 more to Melius. And my goodness me, that was a shot of authority.
Yes, he means business, Melius. He means business. He gave himself room and really smashed that over backward point, and it went the full distance. 6 runs. And really, that was a shot, as you said, a shot of authority from Melius, stating that I'm here to do a job, and I'm going to get it done as quickly as possible.
His approach to me mimics one of Desron Maloney. He has that Maloney look, the top of the order, who likes his flair and likes to hit the ball. Desron Maloney of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So let's see how Tyson will reply. This one, so good field adjustment. They have placed him in the deep point area. Well, my goodness me. They were really ball watching, and they got 2 in the end. And as you see,
that could have been disastrous for Melius.
Very.
Really, I don't think he was. He made up his mind to get 2, but his partner called him Emmanuel, and he went back. But the throw wasn't directed to the stumps; it was far away from the stumps, and he made it home safely.
So end of the over. End of over number 3. They are 28 without loss.
The question is for Dominica, who I'm going to turn to, who I'm depending on to get these wickets. Is it Kevin Hodge? Tyson have not gone the way that he should. Who am I going to turn to? I see the person in the mid-wicket area. Well, short cover is warming up. I think there will be a bowling change in the next over.
Yes, but there's the left arm seamer, Vincent Lewis, who can bowl from this end. And this one is heaved high and hard. There is no doubt where this will go. And certainly that's a wet ball because the river is in the back there.
Well, somebody have to fish that out of the river. It was hit with some power by Emmanuel, flighted there by the left arm spinner from Dominica, Hodge, and it went the distance. And really and truly, the third umpire, have to come out on the field with his box of balls. Really, so a fiery start here for St. Lucia in reply to this 197. They are blazing the track here at Cumberland. They have rushed on now to 28 without loss in this, the 4th over.
And that's a great shot to make emphasis of it. Is that he was watching Hodge all along. The first 6 to come off the Hodge over. And it went a distance, I will guarantee you. If it's not in that river, it would have surpassed the river.
You have seen me here twice.
So it's good to see that Emmanuel is getting into the action as well. So let's see how Hodge will reply. off the back foot, past the man at flying slip. And a diving effort there. And he was able to get into the boundary for another 4.
Well, Hodges is going the distance here. 4 more runs to Emmanuel, and he's on fire. It's a heated day here at Cumberland, and so the ball has been retrieved from the boundaries on a regular basis.
So the skipper, realizing that Emmanuel is going hard at the ball, have moved the slip out and put in somewhat of a short third for that adjustment. And Emmanuel, very short in stature, but seems to pack a punch.
Yeah, he does. Broad shoulders he have. Again.
My goodness me. With the shot of that of a mathematician, with precision at its best, he was able to pierce that point region and again cover and thread it onto the boundary for 4.
Yes, I was going to say he threaded that ball through that gap. It was a little gap between the men at backward point and cover, and he threaded it like a needle into the fence for 4. All he could have done is retrieve that great shot from Emmanuel. Class.
And again, cut away, going out to the boundary, and another shot for 4. And clearly, I believe that the captain should deploy somebody on the point boundary for this kind of onslaught.
Well, it is going St. Lucia's way. An excellent start for them. Bad delivery there by Hodge outside the off stump. And those 2 balls were threaded there by Emmanuel through the gaps into the fence for 4. And really, he's having a fun time here at Cumberland.
Again, no adjustments to the field. And again, that backward point. So diving effort there from Alexander Delany. So brings it over, and a very eventful over. And St. Lucia, they are 46 without loss after over number 4.
Well, an excellent start for St. Lucia in the second half of this game. Really, Emmanuel and Skipper Melius have set this Cumberland field at light here. In this 4-5 overs have been bowled here, and a bowling change has been forced, and Dominica are already on the defensive.
Well, they have to be on the defensive as Alexander, who fielded that ball in the last over, now comes to take up the attack. As we see the children from the Spring Village Methodist School who are here enjoying, along with their teachers, sports personnel, and the few spectators around. The children from the Spring Village Methodist School. It's not far from here, and seems to be having fun. Would have been a nice day to come out from school, Martin.
Indeed, indeed. Well, yes, is down the track. That one has gone the distance as well. 1, 2, 3 steps down the track, and it went flying again, Kaznel.
Well, these shots appear to need some air hostess on them, because they're always in the air, and I'm not sure. That one was flighted there, welcoming Melius, who seems to be in a notorious form to dispatch that ball mightily. And looking at Melius, he doesn't even look as if he could hit the ball past the rope.
Well, he's a tall fella, tall in stature really. He has some broad shoulders as well, so that will travel a distance. He's a young cricketer, and also he has been given the responsibilities of captaincy for the St. Lucian young team. And really, they have played some exceptional cricket so far in this Super 50 tournament. And really, as I said, he didn't get amongst the runs in the first game. He's trying now, and he's leading by example. And he has given them a magnificent start so far.
Excellent start. That shot brought up the 50 for the St. Lucians. This one swing and a miss. So bit of redemption there, I would say, for Joseph. This one could be taken jumping short of the man at point, and Melius Melius will have to seem like he will have to take a cool down. There's a lot of water wrong to take a cool down, but with this bat, it appears that he wants to take a fiery start at everything.
Well, he could have any bat he needs, and he's shredding that one. Drew covers. It's running close to the fence with the ball when it. No, that doesn't. He's back for a second. So 2 more runs to Melius, 2 more runs to St. Lucia. And really, this is a fiery start here from these 2 batters, Emmanuel and Kimberly Melius out of St. Lucia. A wonderful start they have. And really, he could have 2 bats. He could have a river bat, he could have a sea bat, and he could have a bat inside as well. 3 bats.
Well, I believe he would more prefer the river. I believe he would more prefer the river since it's a normality for us in the Caribbean to enjoy the rivers, the sea. But Melius is a very talented cricketer. You know, he has a very rich.
Oh my God! That one is traveling the distance again. It has gone where? Is that Spring Village? Out of Spring Village or Fitzhughes? Where is it gone to?
And I need
Fitzhughes?
to teach you the geography of the area. Going that way, you're going to Coast Hill.
Oh my God!
I was struck fiercely. My goodness me, is really putting on an entertainment here for the children who are here from the Spring Village Methodist School.
Well, that ball didn't go to the hill at all. It went with some excess speed. Feels like it was on the runway, and Melius continues to put on the pressure on Dominica here, and St. Lucia marches on here at Cumberland. They are now what, 60?
60?
60. They are 60 without loss. 6 overs have been bowled.
So the few spectators are getting a bit.
So St. Lucia looking to make light work of Dominica here. Dominica already on the defensive. A change of bowling at the northern end. Who's that?
As we see, change of
Alexander.
bowling. Alexander.
Yes. Alexander, the off spinner, comes around the wicket. Bowling to Emmanuel. And he punches it to the man at cover. No run, disappointed with himself there. Really should have done better with that delivery. But St. Lucia, in reply to Dominica's 197, they are now 60 without loss. Short delivery outside the off sub into the keeper's glove. And really, they have set this Cumberland playing field alive here in this short space of time. As we continue coverage of this Super 50 tournament in St. Vincent. This one is flighted, it's bowled. He went for the shot. It was a flighted delivery. And Alexander has brought some glory to Dominica. And Emmanuel comes back. Really, I would say, immature shot. Really.
Very, and clearly he was looking to hit that to the sea. Because his intention was always to hit that and hit it very hard. And Dominica make first inroads here at the Cumberland playing field.
Really ill-advised shot. Ill-advised shot, really. And St. Lucia have lost their first wicket. That of Emmanuel going bold. Really with a swipe. A swipe. No need for that. They had an excellent start. He could have just played that down the ground, picked up a single, and turned it over to his partner, Emmanuel. But he has lost his wicket. And St. Lucia are now 60 for 1. That brings Nitram to the crease.
And Nitram seems to be a very structured batsman, very well built, knows his work that is cut out for him. Never really got off to the start he would want, but built a partnership in his first game here at the Cumberland playing field when St. Lucia was in a spot of bother in the last 3 early wickets. And his partnership along with that of Descartes really catapult things for St. Lucia was to reach 335.
This one, he's just punching to a backward point. Short delivery. So there's a slip being employed now.
So not a bad over so far in context of how things are going. They have gone so far for the St. Lucians. Very well bowled so far for the over. And end of the over, end of over number 7. At the end of over number 7, they are 60 for 1, the St. Lucians.
Well, that was a wicket maiden there, bowl by Alexander. A good comeback there for Dominica. That first over we have seen with some, Dominica getting some revenge after that onslaught from Melius and Emmanuel. And with that onslaught being put to rest, here comes Keswick Williams into the commentator's booth. Welcome back, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. Just sitting on the side watching Melius and Emmanuel doing what they do best. They haven't gotten a start in the first game, but they did that today and doing well. And did it well, sorry.
So the left arm spinner bowling from our end. Around the wicket. This one, Melius just shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. That diminutive figure, skipper, keeps wicket. Joseph. This one has been hit. 1-2 chips over cover, over long off, into the fence. 6 more runs to Melius.
He's going great guns here. He looks like he understands what is required. And it looks like he's batting for that, extra point. Because they're going at about 7 or so. 8 runs is the current run rate in the first power play. So they have awarded their team an extra batting point here. Well played by Melius. He looks a player in form now.
As Joseph pulls out of that one, Melius already across on his off stump. Dead ball signal by the umpire. St. Lucia treading this field. Again, this one is high, hard, over the top. 6 more runs, doing some damage here to the galvanized on top of this pavilion. 6 more runs to Melius.
Yes. There's no stopping him presently. He looks good as he's been called by his teammate Farmer. And he's doing some serious farming here.
He's plowing the land.
He's definitely plowing the land. He has been depositing balls all over the boundary. Really well done by Melius. They have no answers for him so far. He's already on 48 of 22 deliveries. Somewhat of a T20 innings by Melius.
It's just playing that one quietly to the man at backward point. St. Lucia 72 for 1. 7 overs completed. We're into the 8th over. Seems as though we're having a short day here.
Melius, as we know, is a fast scorer.
He's gone.
He's showing that here today.
He's gone over cover this time. That brings up his 50. 50 for Melius. Lovely shot over cover. 50 runs to him. And my God, that is what you call a bustling 50.
Well played. I like the gesture he just showed. He's just showing that he's letting the bat talk. So I guess there was some stuff that was said, and he's just using his bat now. He's not gonna speak much. He's just gonna use the bat. Well played 50 by Melius. Somewhat of a T20 innings. The kids here from the Spring Village Methodist School is getting some excitement. It's a bit loud, but at the end of the day, that's what you want to see from the supporters in the stand.
Exactly.
Well played 50 by Melius.
Kids loving themselves. Melius loving himself. He has rushed on now to 54. 54. St. Lucia 78 for 1. 8 overs completed. Looking to make light work of this total that Dominica posted. 197. This one is down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire.
They're going at 9 runs per over. The required run rate presently is just 2. So they're going really well guns here. They're going guns, the St. Lucia team.
Down the leg side. I think there's a drop or just brushing the pad. He went up half-heartedly. So Alexander continues to bowl tight. He got a maiden over with a wicket. This time he's hammering it. Out to mid-wicket. Does he got it? He's got it. Yes, it's gone.
Gonski.
It's gone. My word. They are signaling their intentions.
And that's on the bigger side of the ground, Martin. The St. Lucia team is looking brilliant. What I would say, though, coming into this tournament, the St. Lucia team had a psychiatrist speaking to them. And he's even here now, out of New Zealand. So we can see the mindset of the St. Lucia.
My God, that one is gone again. Short delivery. I was just speaking about how well he was bowling. Now he's been taken to the curtains.
Well, it was only a matter of time. Nature, a player, as Morris said earlier, is well structured, and he play each ball in his merit. And as long as you bowl bad balls to him, he would look to execute. But as you can see, the Dominicans right now, they're not looking too focused on the job at hand.
Really and truly, he just edges that one down to third man. He's looking for a second. Good run in between him and Melias. 2 runs completed. 91 for 1. This is the 9th over being bowled. 10th over completed, I think. My God. St. Lucia is on a mission this afternoon.
Some serious excitement here. As I mentioned, the St. Lucia team brought in a psychiatrist to come in to speak to the guys before they lift off and travel with them here to St. Vincent out of New Zealand. So you can see the mindset of the St. Lucia cricket team.
Another single unoffered, taking it. Melias comes into strike. He's on 54. His partner has rushed up now to what? I'll get that to you. 13 from 8. He's 54 from 24 balls. And really, St. Lucia, 91 for 1. Looking for a target of 197. Really and truly, they have really taken the winds out of the Dominican sails.
Yeah, definitely. They're already going at 10. So the current run rate right now is 10.22. And the required run rate is 2.59. The required run rate doesn't really matter right now when you're going at 10s, Martin.
Well, what matters now for Dominica is trying to put a hole on this. And really and truly, Dominica are ringing in the bowling changes. There's another bowling change been happening here on the southern end. The left arm seamer will come into attack.
I was a bit surprised that he didn't start the innings. He's a senior talisman for Dominica. Been playing for Dominica for some time now. Played for Windwards as well. So I was pretty surprised that he didn't come in earlier. But he's here now. He usually swing back the ball to the right-handers coming from over the wicket. Let's see if he can make create a chance here for the Dominicans.
Well, Vincent Lewis need to get this right to Natram and Melias. St. Lucia on fire here at Cumberland. It's Lewis. Shot, and he's pulling that. Would he get there? No, he doesn't. It goes past the fence again, over the ropes. 4 more runs to Natram.
This is not the first ball that you want to bowl to 2 guys who looks like they're in a different mindset. You want to bowl your first ball and you want to hit that area that's going to create some problems. The wicket is not one of those wickets that you can blow out batsman. I've said that earlier in the first game. What he needs to do is get on his line and length and stick to that. First ball shot, deposit it into the boundary for 4.
Well, First delivery went flying over the square leg boundary for 4. Nachum is tapping away as Lewis run passes the umpire. This one is pulling. He's gone down to the fine leg boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounds. 4 more runs to Nachum.
Yes, as you can see, he's still looking to go to the short ball route. As you can see, another senior talisman, Tyrone Theophil, coming back this year into the cricket, is going to him to speak to him because he needs to get his line right. Another short ball, a bit more pace. Rush on to Nachum, but Nachum still had some bat in it. And he got 4 again. So that's 8 off 2 balls. Still going at 10s. We can probably see the run rate going up to about 12 here, Martin.
Well, St. Lucia has gotten 100. 100 in this, the 10th over, 9th over. Nachum comes back and just punches it to the man at backward point. Quietly, we have not seen much dot balls bowl here today. In this innings thus far, St. Lucia 100 for 1. We're here at Cumberland. It's a hot day, a lovely day for cricket. The breeze is blowing across the playing field. Nachum on strike. Lewis with the ball in his hand around over the wicket. The Dominican built like a wall. This one is a good delivery outside the off stump. Into the keeper's glove. Dot delivery. That's good to see from the Dominican supporters. Big up to the Dominicans who are locked on to this broadcast on the St. Lucians. Jumping for joy. St. Lucia really has pushed their noses ahead of Dominica. They have played some exceptional cricket from the day started. And here we are again, Lewis running away from the commentator's booth. Number 5 on his back. This one is short. Nachum just plays it quietly to the man at backward point who does the fielding. And there's no run. Keswick, really 2 good deliveries so far from Lewis after being pulled into the fence twice.
Yeah, definitely. That doesn't stop the strike rate of these batters to be sky high. Right now, Nachum's strike rate is over 170, while Melia's strike rate is over 200. So they are going great guns here. Lewis will have to do a lot to keep them quiet, which he did the last couple balls. So this is what he needs to do. Hit the right length and the right era. And after Tyrone Theophil went to mid-off, we can see a little change in his bowling and him being a bit more accurate.
Well, the over have come to an end. And St. Lucia here, 100 for 1. I think that's the 9th over being bowled there. If am I correct? 9 overs?
10th over.
10th over. Okay,
Another
yes.
change in bowling.
Right, so the veteran Theophil will be coming on. Is he? Is he? I think so. So there have been what? 5 bowling changes so far in 10 overs?
As I said, cricket is played on the day. Melius, I don't think will stop now. I mean, the end is that Theophil is bowling from is the river end, which is bowling to the bigger side of the ground. But that won't stop Melius from doing what he has been doing from the starting of the game. So he looks in form.
Umpire signal the ends of the power play. Theophil comes into attack. There's a deep man. All of the men are in the countryside, as we normally say. Melius is sweeping through mid-wicket. He has gone for 1. He's calling for a second. He's calling for that second. He does. 2 easy runs. And really a misfield from the man coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. And they have gotten 2 runs from that mistake.
This is what will happen, Martin. When you have batters at the crease who are scoring efficiently and easily, what would happen is that you find feelers, will make a lot of mistake. Where you just saw their easy one, and they got 2 from it because of a simple misfield. So this will happen when you have batters scoring too easy. You understand? And these 2 batters look in form now. Nachum just sort of continuing, from the last game. He didn't really score much, but how he look, you know what I mean? Now he's scoring some runs. So if these 2 guys, bat for the next couple of overs, we can see this game over pretty early.
Well, St. Lucia has rushed up in this second half of this game. This one is outside the leg stump and he's sweeping, hitting the lower portion of the bat. Really wasn't in control of that nature, and really just hitting the lower part of the bat, really the tail of the bat, and ballooning to mid wicket. He picks up another single, and that carries the St. Lucia score now to 104 for 1 over number 11 being bowled here by the veteran Theophile.
What I think Theophile is doing pretty well though, he's showing Melius the ball, as in to say, hit this. I think you can't hit it. But what I think he has been doing pretty well is the pace in which he's bowling with, which is the right pace on this surface. I think that is what's causing him, to have that sort of confidence. Well bowled again, Theophile.
Well, a good bowling spell here, a good session here for Theophile. First over, haven't gone to the boundaries yet. This is probably the second over we have not seen it. We start with a maiden over from Hodge. After that, the ball went flying. This time he's gone. I was wondering when it would happen, and it did. That one has gone to the river.
And it's a Cumberland River 6. Look at that. Beautifully hit.
A flighted delivery and Nachum into his mood. Straight back over the bowler's head, over mid-on, into the river. And it has been retrieved rather quickly. I think we have some feelers planted in those areas.
Definitely. I think you need a little bit more feelers outside the boundary. I mean, Theophile earlier did a gesture to Melius, as in to say, hit me. But Nachum went down and showed that, listen, I can hit you. And he did just that beautiful shot.
And that brings the Theophile over to an end, and that carries the total now to 111. 111 here, St. Lucia, in reply to Dominica's 197. Really, this is a bullet start.
I'm wondering if the St. Lucia public asks Melius to bat this way, because they probably may have something going on at Rodney Bay later, so they want to prepare early. The way how the St. Lucians are batting, I think there's a party later at the Rodney Bay area, which they usually do at Groselay. So let's get it over and done with. Melius is batting over 200. His strike rate is. Nachum is just taking up his strike rate just over 180. Well played, guys.
Vincent Lewis with the number 5 on his back. I said built like a wall into Melius. Shot outside the awesome. Cut to the man at backward point. Sweeper comes around. Does the feeling. 1 run to him. Good throw coming into the wicket keeper. Skipper. Short demeanor. Short in stature. Number 16 on his back. Dominica really been outplayed here by St. Lucia. 112 for 1. Melius, the skipper, is on 59. His partner Nachum is on 25. He's now on 28. He's now on strike. Lewis. Shot outside the awesome is cutting a brilliant stop by the man at backward point. Really saved 3 runs there.
Definitely saved 3 runs. I've been looking at Vincent for the last couple of overs though. He looks somewhat the same that when we first met a couple of years ago playing for Dominica. He should have been better by now in terms of improvement in his bowling. He sort of he don't look like he have that extra zip that he should have had. You know what I mean? When he had what he had back then.
Melius is down the track, motoring that down to mid-off. There's a long off here in place. He gets 1. Melius look like he's in the mood, really, to have everything going over the fence, really. Chip 1, 2, 3, down the track, picks up another single, and that carries the score now to 114 it is. 114 for 1. This is over number 12 here, being bowled by Vincent out of Dominica. Nachum on strike. Good delivery. Just pushing it to the man at sweeper. Picks another single. A runner ball. Really, St. Lucia have really dominated here the second half. Came and stamped their authority. Melius, skipper, leading by example. A wind blowing 50 thus far and continues to bat well.
I mean, they're leading the table now, and they're showing the reason why they are leading the table. They have been batting well, and they're just continuing from the first game in which they played against Grenada.
Well, that's a quick delivery there by Vincent. Melius trying to squeeze that one, but that was a rather quick delivery there by Vincent. That looks like the Vincent that you knew.
Exactly. I mean, that ball in which he bowled, you could see a lot more energy put into that delivery. That's what he needs to do every single ball. But he's letting up on some deliveries. Earlier on in his career, he used to be one that swing the ball to the right-hand batter coming from over the wicket.
This one is sweetly driven. The man is running with the ball. Will he stop it? He does. Brilliant feeling by the man at number 18. Brilliant feeling. Save 2 more runs. 2 runs to Melius. And that's the end of the Vincent over. St. Lucia marches on by 2 more runs. 116 for 1. 116 for 1. And really a flying start.
Another thing I think that the coach should look at with the Dominicans, throwing the ball off the boundary. They sort of have this loopy throw instead of throwing flat. Batters these days who are really smart, if they realize that this is the way that you're throwing, would use that and try to steal another run. So what they need to do when they're throwing is get that flat throw in, or even a one bounce into the umpire, into the keeper. This loopy throw is for when one is on, and that's all that the batter is looking for. With these 2 batters at the crease, they're always looking for 2s.
Well, Theophile continues for Dominica. Natrum on strike. This one is high, hard, over mid-wicket, into the fence. 6 more runs to Natrum, 6 more runs to St. Lucia, and the onslaught has continued.
I really have to try to find out from the St. Lucian coach in Gary Maturin if they had a T10 or a T20 tournament before the guys traveled to St. Vincent, because this is much like a T20 innings. I'm loving it. I guess from the batting points being awarded to teams, what was sent down by the Windwards board, the new stuff that they implemented with the batting points and bowling points, I think it has a serious impact on St. Lucia team.
Well, are you carrying those points into the finals? If so, then St. Lucia in good standing. Here we go. Natrum, dot delivery. The veteran Theophile Fields. He has marched on now to 36, 123 for 1. Melius on 62. 11 overs bowled. He just taps that one down to third man. Short third man. The man runs around and fields. Really a wind blowing innings here by Melius, and Natrum has played some powered shots over mid-wicket, over mid-on, and Dominica has not gotten any answers to all the questions they have been asking.
Well, they can continue to ask. That's the reason why they're playing. Right now, they just need just under 2 runs over.
$123 for 1. This is over number 13. Being bowled by Theophile. Melius is beaten outside the off stump. Theophile walks down and said, hit my ball. It's a ball I'm bowling. It's on a string here. That brings the Theophile overs to an end. Umpires are moving. No. Continues.
As a bowler in this position right now, with the batters going great guns, there's no need to ask a batter to hit my ball.
Theophile, straight to delivery. Play to the man at mid-wicket. No run. The saga continues here at Cumberland. 124 for 1. St. Lucia in reply to Dominica's 197. Really, they have made light work of this Dominican team.
Definitely. I also love the spirit of what's happening here between the players. You know, continuing with the spirit of the game. As you see, Theophile making his gestures to Melius. They are great buddies, you know. So this will be a talk in the hotel later. You know, it's all about, you know, who get one over who.
This one is driven out the portion of the bat, down to third, man. Is it going across the boundary? It does. 4 more runs to Natrum, 4 more runs to St. Lucia. The onslaught continues.
I'm thinking that St. Lucia probably need to have a visit, or they're trying to tell Dominica, listen, we want to go at the beach, or I want to go to the beach later. So in order for us to do so, we need to finish this game early. That's the sort of mood that the St. Lucians are batting in.
I think they're preparing to go to the river to have a bath.
The river is a bit colder, so I'm guessing they're trying to get an ice bath after this game.
I'm telling you, man, this game is going great guns. 128 it is for 1. Melius on 66. Natrum on 37. Great guns. 197 to get. Lewis pitched up delivery in the pads, and Natrum just flicks it off. And Lewis does the feeling. The score remains at 128 for 1. 128 for 1.
This is the second 50. Well, the third 50 that we're seeing in this game. The first one in this innings. Still would like to see Melius getting close to 100, because the way Natrum is batting, looks like he wants a piece of the cake as well, closing in on a 50.
Good delivery there by Lewis. Natrum just getting in line with that. That one kept a little bit low, Keswick.
Yes, definitely. This wicket, as I said earlier, it will start to keep low. It will give you that balloon bounce. It's a bit more difficult to bat on this wicket on the second innings of a day's play. But so far, Natrum and Melius looks like they got the blueprint from the the creator of the ground, or the wicket, I should say. They're doing well.
This is a batting paradise here at Cumberland. Oh, Timmy keeps a ball that's hit straight back. Is he out? He's asking if he's out. Natrum, a soft dismissal. Ball and caught. That ball was hit back with fiercely, but I'm telling you, Lewis took an exceptional catch, and St. Lucia have lost wicket number 2. That of Natrum.
It's a good catch, but for some reason, I don't know why I think it was a spectator's catch at first. Looks like it had a little boom on the ground before reaching to the bowler, but it was hit back at him hard. Good catch by Lewis.
Well. Oh, how things have changed here. All of a sudden, that brings Gabriel, the 84, on his back to partner with his captain Melius. Natrum goes back for well played 41.
Well played. Really, really well played. He continued from where Emmanuel left off. I'm wondering if you're going to see Gabriel doing the same thing, because the manner in which all batters have played is a no-nonsense mood.
Well, and what is so good about this team is that St. Lucia has the youngest team in this tournament, led by the youngest skipper, Melius, former West Indies under-19 skipper as well. So he brought that experience with him. So St. Lucia has bite the bullet and said, listen, my youngsters are going forward from this year on.
Also the youngest coach as well.
Yes, Maturin. So here we are at Cumberland. St. Lucia really dominating this Super 50 tournament. They have really made light work of the Dominicans thus far, but Lewis have strike back, taking that wicket of Natrum. Beautiful ball and caught. It was hit with some power, but unfortunately Natrum has to go back to the pavilion, and that brings Gabriel to bat with his skipper, who is on 62 not out, and St. Lucia 128 for 2 after 13 overs have been bowled.
The game is still not over. Lucia shouldn't overthink it and think that, you know what, we have this in the bag, because I've seen games like this. After a wicket, you see a shift in momentum. There's a possibility here that Dominica can pick up here and do a momentum shift.
Well, immediately Gabriel is off the mark and calling for a second. Really sloppy feeling there by the Dominicans. Could have saved the one, but Gabriel is on his mark. 2 runs to him immediately. That carries the score down to 128. St. Lucia keep marching on here. Vincent keep fighting for Dominica. That's Nature Isle.
I'm looking at everybody who walk out to bat. The mindset is to get runs, do it smartly, and do it quickly. That's the mindset of every single player that has walked out to bat today.
This one is a short, slower delivery. And he went into the pole, missed it completely. Bounced in front of the keeper. That brings you over to an end. A successful over for Lewis and a successful over for Dominica. 130 for 2.
I'm wondering what would be the thinking of Dominica's coach. What would he say to his troops now, being in the situation that they're in now? Over the years, Dominica have been the team in the Windward Island tournament that will cause trouble, that will cause upsets, and beat teams out of nowhere.
Well, as the students come in here, the game continues. Melius easy single down to mid-on. The Dominica government has just come into the park. Here was the Spring Village Government School as well. So the students are here, happy to have them. I'm seeing here it's been mainly dominated by the girls. Lots of girls around. Not seeing the males. Keswick, the girls have outnumbered the boys.
Yeah, looks like a lot of females are here. And it's good to see, as we were speaking about female cricket earlier, so it's good to see the females come out to support cricket. We'd love to see some of these females one day, playing the sport or even moving on to play for St. Vincent female team.
Well, the love of cricket continues here in Cumberland on the leeward side. We have produced some lovely cricketers. Yourself, Keswick Williams, Borcham Stapleton, Ian Allen. You have the likes coming from the leeward end. As another single being taken there easily by Gabriel. Continues to bat positively. 132 for 2. This is over number 15 being bowled by the veteran Theophile from Dominica. All the men are in the countryside on the onside. This one is torn neatly by Melius. He's calling for one. He's looking for a second. Let's trouble here, Gabriel. He turns back, but he got home safely, and really that could have been some trouble for Gabriel.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to get a run out now. I mean, you're batting well. There isn't any need to rush it. You've been batting well. Keep taking it wrong. As I said, there's no rush. Presently, you're going well. You're scoring well. Get yourself in, Gabriel, and then get comfortable to score. Melius, he was there from inception. Give him the strike.
So a stifled appeal somewhat seems to be like going down leg really from where I'm at. That brings the Theophile over to an end. At this point is 133 for 2 here at Cumberland. 15 overs have been completed, and with that we bring back the man from the leeward end, Casnell Morris. He knows this area like the back of his fingers. He could walk with his eyes closed in the leeward side. You on Keswick. This is your area. Welcome back.
Well, it's good to see it, right, as we see the children coming out here. Some from the Dominica Government School and the Spring Village Methodist School coming out to have fun. And a few spectators in the back there, as you see. And it's good to know that they're having fun. And yes, I have a vast knowledge of this area. Mr. Williams, the way things have gone, I didn't expect to come back and comment. Melius, who is still there, have really catapult things with such haste that a couple of wickets that fell around him really slowed things down a bit.
Yeah, but what I think those wickets that have gone, they was scoring pretty well. You know, they're going at strike rates of over 100, which is really good. So even though they St. Lucia have lost those 2 wickets, those 2 batters came in and played pretty well to put them in this position. The thing about it, Captain Mellis is still there, so all he has to do is just, keep talking to Gabriel and make sure he stay there with him, see if they can win this game without losing another wicket.
A few spectators who are in, really giving Dominica that support. Not more so of a pitiful support, but because Dominica may have that no point on the table as yet. And, they have been playing some fairly good cricket, but just have not gotten the results that they would have wanted.
Yeah, they definitely play good in patches, but they haven't played a complete cricket game as yet. And that's what they need to do, play a complete cricket game to get over that hurdle.
So for the viewers who might be hearing a little chattering in the back of us there, there's a close, a very vast amount of children around. So we are somewhat challenged and being put under some competition here. But with the clean work done by the ITFX camera crew, sure that, and the media team and the production team, I'm sure that they will be able to hear us cleanly, as things seems to be very much quiet on the settler side. And good bowling from Vincent. He started on a shot. He has picked up 1 wicket so far, and he has been bowling excellently for Dominica.
What I would have loved to see do is a player of Alec Anthony's experience to be in this setup to help marshal the troops. He's missing, and I'm sure, him being in the setup now or being in the team now, we would have seen somewhat of a difference, because he's one that pride himself with the ball as well, and he do a great job with the ball.
So the over comes to an end of the 16th over. It is 136 in the quest of 197. The 136 for 2. So Theophil continue. That breeze that we have always wanted, Keswick, seems to be blowing now. And is it too late for that breeze to be blowing? As we see the runs keep running away from the Dominicans, and they still need to get a couple more wickets from here.
Something that I realized, though, Dominica haven't really been awarded any points in the batting aspect of things, and they haven't received any bowling points either. I think this is something that the coach really needs to pay close attention to. They haven't really gotten 3 wickets in the power play as yet, and they haven't really scored in the manner in which they should score, which is at least 6 runs per over in the first power play either. So they're losing a lot of points here. They're losing games, and they're still not getting any bowling or batting points. So it's something that the coach, Phoenix, needed to pay close attention to.
Yeah, but the question I find and I permit me to be quite critical of your statement, because at the end of the day, the coach can implement, and that is something that we've been always saying. The coach will give you the strategies, the coach will give you the mechanisms to go out there. But at the end of the day, it is the batsmen and the play and the field and the bowlers to execute. And not only that, there are opponents who are coming to bat and to bowl. So you're not just going to go there and allow a team to just come and walk through your innings. I mean, yes, condition may favor you, whether the ball is swinging, whether, you know, the batting check is one of for batsmen. But to evidently put wholesomely put the blame on the coaches or on the management team, I find it a bit harsh with that one. A bit of confusion or miss run out there. A miss run out, and clearly, and the Dominicans gone for an opportunity begging there.
Yeah, definitely. That should have been a run out. With that being said, I wouldn't consider it as being blaming coaches, because at the end, as you rightly said, you know, coaches can implement certain things and do certain things, but at the end of the day, players have to go out there and execute, and you can't blame a coach for a player not executing. But what you can do though as a coach is make sure, put things in place so that these players can apply themselves and apply these set things, or make them execute certain plans better. Like for example, St. Lucia have a psychiatrist on board with them. You can see the mindset of the St. Lucia cricket team. You see how they've been playing. You can see they're not really flustered too easily, and they are doing a great job so far.
So that missed opportunity there for a run out from the Dominicans. It was directly thrown to the bowler's end, which bring the over to an end. End of the 17th over. It's a jinx break at this time, as the St. Lucian, in a quest of 198, they are 138 for 2. Some 60 more runs to get here at the Cumberland playing field. We'll take just a short break and be right back with you. So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field, where we just had a short jinx break, and the St. Lucians, they are batting in the second half of the 50 overs tournament here for the third round. Like the Dominicans, Dominica batted first earlier on and scored a mammoth total of 197, the highest in the tournament for them so far, and they were skittled out, all out, within the 42nd over. And the St. Lucians now They are batting at 138. The captain Melius is there and 66. And Gabriel, so it's Vincent Lewis to continue. We still have the luxury of West Indies cricketer and T20 cricketer Kedrick Williams here. And Kedrick, in terms of Cumberland and how you see the regional games coming here now, what sort of initiative do you see can be done here to have more games come here?
So far the feel is nice. Presently we could probably somewhat implement lights, down at the playing field. In terms of more regional games, I'm not sure if it's at the standard for regional games like maybe a Jamaica or Barbados, Windward Island level of games. But for now, it's one of the top playing fields that we have here in St. Vincent. We can probably implement a parking spot so that a lot of vehicle wouldn't be at risk when someone like Melius is throwing great guns. So a couple of things that loud appeal there. Spectator catch. I think the bat hitting the ground there. Loud appeal by Vincent, turned down by the umpire. But I think it's more so the bat hitting ground there.
Yeah, it was a late appeal there for Vincent, who really joined the choir of appeal there, because the entire cover region was not even interesting, but it just went up as part of the choir, but it's not out.
Another thing that I think they can also implement here is proper drainage. You can have a little bit of issue if a lot of rain fall in terms of getting the outfield dry. Like how the Annisville playing field have a good drainage system. This is something I think that can be implemented here.
I think the drainage here is one that is excellent, but in terms of the outskirt and the boundary ropes, is where the water most settled. But in terms of the parameters and the diameters of the first 30 yards and just beyond the 30 yards is well taken care of, and that is fundamental most times for conditions. But that being said, that's outside of our pay grade, and we only could just wonder. And but the scenery here is one that you have to pay first class to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a couple of years ago, I mean, they were doing a study around the Caribbean with playing fields that has the best scenery, and I think the Cumberland playing field was up there, because of the beach. There's a tourism facility close by.
So 2 runs there added to the total.
Yeah, there's a tourism facility close by, and if you look out on the right side, you'll see a lot of boats on the shores. Cumberland is also a place where tourists frequent. So I mean, in terms of scenery, it's up there with a lot of playing fields around the Caribbean. And remember, I said Caribbean and not St. Vincent.
Okay. And interestingly, someone was telling me that now there are 3 wickets on the square there, and some practice wickets. And it was the idea that this Soccertley Ambrose was one of those guys who came and said, well, this is too much of a good playing field, or the parameters that extended that you have only 1 wicket. So the curators of the track, they implemented 2 other tracks apart from the bowling wicket.
Yeah, definitely. But what we also need to take into consideration is the width and of the side screen. You don't want to put too much wickets on, and then when you check the side screen, the wickets are so far gone away from each other that your bowlers are bowling and there's nothing to help them in terms of viewing.
Because there's a lot of trees in the background.
There's a lot of trees in the background. So yeah, that's something you need to take into consideration. But good idea.
This one was reverse swept for 4, and it's not a conventional reverse sweep. It topped edge and over the keeper's head and went into the bunker for 4.
Well, I've seen a lot of things happen on cricket field, even that. For Chivas edge by Melius. At the end of the day, 4 is 4, which takes him on to 70. As I said, I want to see players turn these 50s into 100, and this is what I mean. Melius, great guns at the start, and now he's looking more in control, looking like he need to score 100 here.
Well, he will need this 100 to go into his finals that will be played on Sunday, and with a Descartes already having 100 to his name in this tournament, he too will want to pack the St. Lucian armory with form, with batting form, that is, so that they will be able to go into that finals with some good contention. As Theophil still doing battle for Dominica, they have now deployed a short extra cover.
Vinilius, who is batting now with his skipper, the only batter who came to the crease and is scoring at a strike rate under 100. Just playing a supporting role for his skipper. I guess they won't mind at this time because they are way ahead right now. It's just a matter of winning now, making sure that they get this into the bag going forward deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, but Keswick cricket, as you know, is a game of glorious uncertainties. And when we speak of that, we cannot stop reiterating that phrase. It only takes one ball to get a batsman out. And sometimes in cricket, you see a steady partnership going, and you call it doomsday. But by the time that partnership breaks, it's like a pack of cards falling down. So yes, you may, from our vantage point, it may look as if it's just a winning situation. But Dominica could really enforce some pressure by creating some dot balls here and force the St. Lucians to make errors.
I'm going to be honest with you, Morris. At this moment, it's looking very dismal for Dominica. I'm trying not to be harsh, but it's hard for Dominica to come back from this one. Just needed St. Lucia just needing 52 or so runs.
That's a lot of runs,
to win. But Melius is in, and the way how he's playing very, very smart. He's not giving anything away. As Tyson comes back onto the bowling, replacing Vincent. Tyson, a lanky, tall, fast bowler out of Dominica. Played for Windwards as well. He was also on a Windwards contract a couple of years ago, but lost his contract. He's here again, trying to impress the selectors who are here today in Heron Campbell and Craig Emmanuel out of St. Lucia, and also Heron Campbell out of Grenada. Selectors who is at the game today.
And the build of Tyson is one that is showing good structure for fast bowler. And I'm not sure if he's not being supported by the wickets. Most of these tracks here in St. Vincent are more credited to batsmen. And it is somewhat interesting because bowlers like Nicholas Redhead would have gotten 5-wicket haul on these tracks. Lewis from Grenada would have bowled very well also on these tracks. So it's about how you apply yourself and the spells that you, the line and length that you hit, that would be important.
I can remember back then to be a fast bowler, back then you have to strike as a daunting individual. There must be some sort of factor about you that makes batsmen scared back in the day. But now we can see a change. You don't have to have that this intimidating factor about you. We saw that from Fidel Edwards, probably one of the smallest fast bowler in the world. His voice is somewhat similar to my voice, and used to bowl rapid pace. So gone are the days when you have to be big and tall and strapping or have that intimidating factor about you. So back in the days, we used to have Joel Garner and Andy Roberts and these guys. When you see these guys, you worried already if these guys are the fast bowlers, what kind of trouble they can cause. But now that have changed a bit. You can be very short and bowl rapid pace.
And there's a lot of sporting activities too that emanates from these areas. As we see the end of that over number 20, the 20 over. St. Lucia is 147 for 2. This area, especially Keswick Spring Village, is known for a lot of cricket. And cricketers like yourself and Faunel Charles who have made it on the international arena. And there were other players who came through the scene but never really had what it takes to catapult on further. From your experience, what would you say to the kids out there who wants to get into cricket, even on the female side?
Never stop believing in yourself. If you have a dream, you need to go at it. Never make anybody tell you that you can't do it. And you have to have that burning fire inside of you to be determined to go through whatever to get to the top. The day you find someone that tell you can't make it is the day that you separate yourself from that individual, I always had that burning fire inside of me to get to where I want to get to, and nothing is gonna stop me.
Yeah, I remember I bowled at you once and I hit you in your ear with a tape ball.
I can remember those were the days when I used to, be a batter. A lot of viewers out there may not know that I made St. Vincent on the 19 the first time as a batter and a spin bowler. But things and time have changed. Fall in love with fast bowling.
But if you could tell the viewers out there, how is it that you transition from spinning? Because you said you started with batting and spinning. I think if I'm not wrong, you started in school, and this one is mightily struck over the top, and there's nothing else you can do than to retrieve that from the river again. So it appears that the Dominican feelings will have to be in the river because Melius have been quiet. And now he has really extended his arms into the river.
Lovely shot. I'm loving the way how he's batting. I'm loving the way how he's carrying his team as a skipper. Kimani Melius. Show that the people in St. Lucia will love to see what he's doing here for the Pitons.
So it's Alexander who comes back from that river end with his gentle off spinners. So he replaces Theophil.
So I was an off spinner, just like who's bowling here now. And I could remember, growing up, I used to emulate the great Bravo now. Wanted to be like him. And I could remember, that's a beautiful shot. That's a lovely shot. Came across his off stump for a bit and swept that over short fine leg. Great shot there by Melius. Somewhat changing gears in this over.
Well, he realized that Alexander is not much of, doesn't have much confidence because he replaces Theophil. Theophil was bowling from this end, and he really got things under control for a while. And now it's Alexander who is now at the sword. So now you've seen him starting over, and now he's asking the umpire to let him come around.
As I was saying earlier, I could remember doing training, and that's the end of the over. And it's 158 for 2. Chasing 198 here at St. Lucia. They're going at great guns. Melius on 82. And Vanilius just supporting him with 10 from 27 deliveries. As I was saying, Morris, I could remember doing training one evening before we traveled to the same set, St. Lucia, for an under-19 tournament. And at that time, Donald Hector was batting. And I could remember I was fooling around, running up, bowl a delivery to Hector, smash him on the helmet. And the coach at that time, Otis Jack, came to the nets and was there in time to see when he got struck and asked me to do it again. Run in, do it again. Not hit him in his head though, but with good pace. And
did he suffer any concussion?
No, he didn't. But at that point, Otis Jack, God rest his soul, passed away a couple of years ago. He said, listen, when we go to St. Lucia, you are no longer a spin bowler.
So just like that, you are engraved into the fast bowling.
The rest was history. I mean, certain things motivated me to bowl fast for that tournament. A lot of stuff I should say. Stuff I wouldn't want to say on air. But I'm so happy for that time when it happened. Now I'm here.
So, and you have made it right on. But this time it will be Tyson who will be looking to get wicket here for the Dominicans. As you see, members of the Westwood Methodist School now comes into the arena.
Still have spectators walking in, which mean this school is just on top of the hill, so they can actually look down from Westwood and see the game. And I guess they were just seeing a white ball flying all over the stadium.
So, great shot there from the ITFX camera crew. And
the good thing about these kids being here, though, is that they would remember one day, if they decide to play cricket and to get to this level, they will remember one day that I came to Cumberland and watched Dominica played St. Lucia in a regional game. So this is good memory for them, especially if they're looking to move forward and playing cricket as well.
Yeah, and it's also initiatives like these you would want, where you have regional games and the children are here. So the support of back to support the West Indies, because over the years many persons have dropped their loyalty due to some results that are not favorable for the West Indies, and they have lost customers, as we go say, along the way. But it is good that from this stage you have them integrated into following cricket, and good bowling there from Tyson. As I was saying, you have them integrated from a very tender age into the game of cricket, whether it's from a regional level or an international level. So whenever they reach to that international standard of coming to watch cricket, they have some knowledge of what it's all about.
Definitely, well said. Just 39 more runs for St. Lucia to claim victory, along with the batting points that they have received along the way. That will certainly,
Squatted out past the man at short third. That's gone for 4. And another 4 to Melius.
that certainly, as I said, would really catapult St. Lucia really high on the points table with the batting points that they usually have been getting throughout this tournament. As we see Mr. Morris leaving the commentary box to bring in our colleague Kenroy Martin, who have been sitting and enjoying what he has been seeing so far, Martin.
Indeed, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far. Excellent exhibition of shots. Good temperament on behalf of Melius. Melius reminds me of his coach, Alton Crafton. Alton Crafton, he's dangerous when he's attacking, and really and that one is just playing the outer portion of the bat, runs down to the fence. Gabriel picks up another 4.
This is what I like about the Cumberland playing field. You will get purchase for your shots. Wonderful shot. I mean, he has been supporting his captain, and he's been doing a great job. His captain is scoring freely, and he's just supporting that. Puts him on to 15 from 30 balls. One would say, from the way St. Lucia has been batting, he's batting slow, but you need this supporting innings from one of your batters to keep your skipper going.
This one is different formally to the man at short extra cover. Finds some difficulty in stopping that ball. It was driven with some power as well. So Gabriel getting into his game, stroking the ball nicely on the floor. You have not seen much of that today. It has been lifted like an aircraft. Again, similar shot. Open the face out the outer portion of the bat into the fence. 4 more runs to Gabriel. 4 more runs to St. Lucia. They keep marching on here. And really, Keswick, Dominica never looked like they were in this game at any stage.
Yes, that's a true thing. The only time Dominica looked like they were in was first innings when Pascal and Hadj was batting. But the St. Lucia took back that power, got rid of them. And from the second innings, from the start of St. Lucia batting, it's been all St. Lucia up to this point.
Yes, and that tells you the story of this Dominican team in this tournament. St. Lucia now 171. And Gabriel is sweeping fine. Is running to the fence, 4 more runs. A fine shot by Gabriel. A bad line delivery, and it was dealt with in accordance. A really fine shot by him.
And I guess Gabriel is saying, don't worry about my strike rate. I can catch back up with it, because he's now on 23 from 33. 3 4s already in this over.
Well, how things have changed. 175 for 2. Melius unbeaten on 86. Looking for that 14 to get to that magical figure of 100. He's outside the half stump. He went for that sweep shot over cow corners. You know that nice Hansi Cranier. But he missed it. That's the end of the over. St. Lucia 175 for 2. And they have batted 23 overs so far. A dominant performance by the St. Lucians.
Definitely. Just looking at the skipper and Theophil, who is a senior player for Dominica, having a discussion in the middle of the wicket. Looking a little bit stressed here.
Well,
Theophil
he said a little bit stressed. It should be, their stress level is supposed to be very high.
I would think so. I would think so, Martin.
I do believe so. With the weather and what is going on the outside, I'm telling you, they need a shower. They need to go to the river to cool down, like a nice cool bath after all this. Well, Melius is on strike, facing the Dominican fast bowler. He's bowled. Looking to go over the top. Melius, a well played 86, looking for that 14, and he has striked. Melius goes, played on, and really, to me, a disappointing finish.
Disappointing ending to Melius batting. I mean, at the end of the day, you're in the front seat. You're doing well. There was no need for that shot. Play it down the ground. Get off strike. You're ahead of the scoring rate already. Try to get your team to the end with you there. And I'm disappointed in the way or the manner in which he got out. He should have been there to the end.
Really, I do agree with you, Keswick. And that's what we want from our young batters. Carry your bat to the end. Make sure that you win the game for your team. That is how you determine, and that's how you classify great players and average players.
Exactly. That's the difference between great and average. I mean, nobody wants to get out. Obviously, bowlers have different plans. But right now, you're in the driver's seat. So you have to finish the game for your team.
Exactly.
With that being said, that brings Akeem August to the crease, needing just about 23 of 161 balls.
And the thing is, you have 23 runs to get. I need 14 for that landmark. Really, I should have been looking for that. Unfortunately, he played on to his stumps, and Tyson has the last laugh. Dominica now has picked up their third wicket. St. Lucia 175 for 3. Yes, it has been a wonderful innings by him, but that really should have been put the icing on the cake. Gotten to that 100. Gus is rightly off the mark. First delivery, and he rides that down to fine leg. The short fine leg doesn't have an answer for that. It's 4 runs to August.
I'm guessing that Dave has been doing some work with these guys just before they come out to bat. The mood in which they walk out with to bat. You can see confidence on their back walking out to bat, and this is something that I must commend the coach Gary Matrin on, introducing someone like Dave into his dressing room to talk to these guys, have one-on-one session to get their minds right for cricket.
Good delivery by Tyson following up. St. Lucia 179. The kids are in the park in the numbers. Really. Spring Village. Trumuka. And the next school is what?
Westwood.
Westwood Methodist. 3 primary schools are here. And those are the teams which will be participating in the Leeward tournament, the cricket tournament. Male and female primary school, I was told. Excellent to have them here. So it's a good delivery there by Tyson. Just played down to the man, a third man. No run. St. Lucia really dominant in this game from ball 1.
I'm not really surprised, to be honest with you, with the way St. Lucia have gone about their cricket, in this tournament. I mean, they have the government of St. Lucia have spent some money on cricket facilities in St. Lucia. They have built a $1 million sporting facility that is
that could have been detrimental for Gabriel. If that hadn't hit, he missed everything really, and he was treading down down to that end.
I'm wondering how much run out we would have seen, or we're going to see at the end in this tournament, because we have seen a few already.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, Martin, the government of St. Lucia have spent some money on some sporting facilities in St. Lucia, especially when it comes to cricket. The coach for St. Lucia team, Gary Matrin, is the coach there as well.
St. Lucia have lost another wicket. Gabriel goes caught at the wicket. Bowl Tyson. A good delivery outside the arm stump. He tried to drop his hands, but unfortunately he was too late. That took the glove into the keeper's glove. And Dominica fighting back. What they are fighting back, is it too late?
Advancing down the crease there, Gabriel. Well bowled by Tyson. Saw him advancing and bowled that short delivery. Couldn't drop his hands in time.
Well, Tyson goes. Tyson gets his third wicket. Gabriel goes back to the St. Lucia dressing room for 23. St. Lucia 180 for 4 now. Dominica putting up some fight. It's good to see Dominica still have some fight in them. Really. 180. Just to remind you, you're looking at 50 overs cricket. Win lot 50 overs cricket here at Cumberland. St. Lucia versus Dominica. Played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Super 50, sponsored by the National Lotteries of the Windward Islands. Here playing on the National Lotteries ground at Cumberland. As Theophile comes back into the attack. So August, the youth captain for the St. Lucia under 19, played for the West Indies under 19 as well in the recent tournament, recent tour. Melius, the captain, played for the West Indies as well. St. Lucia produces some West Indian cricketers. Theophile, bold, flat delivery. August just stroke it up past him, picks up another single. The score goes up to 181. 181 for 4. St. Lucia in reply to Dominica's 197.
Sometimes you get a wicket, Martin, and then the batsman to follow the batter that's walking in. You're wondering, why did we get that wicket? Because that brings Shadrach, the Scat, the destroyer, to the crease. Saw him score a brilliant 100 in the first game. He's at the crease now with St. Lucia wanting about 23 or 17, sorry, for victory.
Well, an easy task for him today, and he's making it rather easy. He's off the mark. Beautiful shot up to mid-off, long off, really. Picks up an easy single. Brings it down to 16. The school children here enjoy their time out of school, enjoying their little popsicles and tambourine ball. Geese is on strike. That one is played closely, dangerously to his stumps, just bubbling up. Keeper taking it. Theophile continues to bowl for Dominica. 182 for 4. So one is pitched up and he's driving sweetly to covers. There's a sweeper there. He gets a single. That brings the Centurion into strike. He's off the mark already. Theophile around the wicket. Tosses it from hand to hand. Outside the off stump. A beautiful shot there. He's looking for one. He's calling for 2. He's coming back for 2. 2 runs to him. And getting closer and closer to that target of 197.
Get that too easy in the end, which bring the end of the over. End of the Tyrone Theophile's over. He has gone 6 overs for 33.
Well, I think all of the bowlers have been taken to the cleaners today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kimani Melius, he take no prisoners. Played shots all around the ground. And the thing about it, he didn't really slug at the ball. He played correct shots. He didn't rush it either. Played each ball on its merit. Scored off balls that he should score. off. He played his shots, ball in his areas, his score off. So he did a wonderful job for his team, putting them in a great position to win this game.
Tyson continuing to be nagging on that off stump. He has picked up 3 wickets so far, Tyson. .183 for 4. The men from the Pitons enjoying themselves here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Really has outplayed the Dominicans here today. As Tyson continues. This one is short and Augustus is pulling to backward square. It goes for 1. Would settle for that 1. Another run to him, another run to St. Lucia. So a short lifting delivery by Tyson tells you that he still has something in his tank.
Over the years, I mean, he has been improving. I mean, on a flat surface like this, and he's still running in and hit the deck hard. This is something good to see from young fast bowlers, especially bowling on flat decks.
Good delivery, squeezed out by Descat. Wicket just keeping a trifle low. See the evening time. It's been played on for a couple of days now. So that is expected, 1 or 2 balls to keep low. But St. Lucia really in no danger, in no trouble. 186 for 4. Descat the centurion there. And also a youngster who has some experience under his belt as well. August. Tyson outside the off stump and he's punching that. Standing up straight is the centurion. Really hitting the middle of the bat.
Some words being exchanged there by Tyson and Shadrach. Nothing harsh, I would say, though. Both these guys know each other pretty well. They have been playing for their country for some time now, so it's not the first event they have had with each other. Just a little banter. Tyson obviously running in hard here on this flat deck. Love what I'm seeing from him. Looks like he has some pace. Looks like somebody that could improve. He have been developing well. Just need to work a bit harder, put in that extra mile to get to where you want to get to.
This one is a quicker delivery outside the off stump. Shadrach looking to go at it, but it kept a little bit low through the baton pad into the keeper's glove. And that brings you over to an end. So 186 for 4. St. Lucia, things have slowed down very much here. Slowed down very much here since the dismissal of Melius. Really. And sort of a dormant point here for St. Lucia. But as I said, there ain't no trouble get to the target of 100 to 198. They are now 186. 186. And the veteran Theophile continues. He'll be bowling to August. Around the wicket. No ball signal by the umpire. That dreaded right hand comes out. Theophile has overstepped.
I think that's a sin for a spinner to be bowling no balls. In ODI cricket, in Test cricket, I don't think spinners should be bowling no balls. It's just my belief. Obviously, other people have their opinions.
And he's having a go. It's over cover. 1 bounce to the man on the sweeper boundary. Not much from that free hit. Gets a single.
Very happy to see Tyrone Theophile back here, to be honest. Back into the cricket. Had that dreaded accident a couple of years ago in Dominica. take him out of cricket for a while. Just happy to see him back playing for Dominica. He has been in the Dominica setup for a while, played for West Indies, a team as well. Played for Windwards for a while. So I'm just really happy to see him here in St. Vincent for the Dominica team.
Yes, it's good to see youngsters like Theophile coming back on the field after that dreaded accident. Really thought that he would not have been here, but anything is possible, Keswick. He fought his way back. He's playing the game that he loves, and he's doing exceptionally well for Dominica with the ball. Although he got a few thump, as we normally say, local palang. And this one is thumped straight back into the fence. 4 runs from off the Descartes bat, and the first aggressive shot we have seen from the Centurion so far.
Well played. Hitting it straight. Growing up, you will always hear hit the ball straight. And he did just that. He looks at ease. Descartes should be at ease, knowing the total.
He's hammering that. Somebody's getting under it. It's falling in no man's land. He's back for one. Looking for a second. Looking to fall. Looking to go over mid-wicket. Hit the outer portion of the bat. Fell in no man's land. And another run to the St. Lucia total takes up to 193.
Descartes trying to finish the game in this over. Trying to hit a 6. Out of the park. Didn't get a lot of the bat onto that one. Just taking the outer portion of the bat. Falling just outside the 30-yard circle in the mid-wicket region. Just need about 5 more runs to seal it here, St. Lucia, as Tyson comes back.
So just to let you know, there's a fine leg, a backward square, a mid-wicket. Long on, short third man, backward point, cover, short extra cover, and a long off. And Descartes is hitting it high and hard. Where it is, brilliantly fielded by the man at mid-off. One bounce on to his right, good feeling. Restricts it to 1. That brings us to the strike, goes up by 1. That's another 5 runs to get. This one is played nicely off his pads. I only find the man at mid-wicket. So Tyson having a very good spell here, Keswick. Late in the afternoon, bright sunshine. Cool conditions it is.
Yeah, taking into consideration the context of the game, he came back onto the ball and he's really bowling well on a flat surface. Has taken 2 wickets. So he's been doing a great job for his skipper, trying to create or make opportunities here for the skipper. Trying to get a wicket, because there's no doubt about it, you have to get wickets to seal this game. But I don't see that at all happening or getting nowhere close to Dominica winning this game today. Just need about 3 runs, St. Lucia, to seal the bag.
Well, I think they sealed the deal rather early. St. Lucia, they just had to play themselves into the game. They did that. They played excellently. They dominated from the start. They have not stopped. And really, they have outplayed Dominica here today. at 194 for 4, led by Kimeli Melias. A well played innings by him. This is a good delivery, squaring Augusti up, hitting the outer portion of the bat, running on to third man. So a good spell here by Tyson. Really good spell ball here by Tyson.
Yeah, he looks like he's a fella that has a lot of energy. He's running in hard. Always have something to say to the batters as well. But I'm pretty sure whatever he's saying is keeps in the spirit of the game. He's a guy that's packed with a lot of humor as well.
This one is short and he's pulling. Picks up another single. That brings the Tysons over to an end. And another single too. St. Lucia gets them closer to that 298. St. Lucia really playing confidently here, heading into the finals. Has to be between Grenada or St. Vincent. Not too sure as to where that game is now. St. Vincent had to get 200 plus runs. I think the last score I had was St. Vincent was 40 out for 1, 44 for 1. Looking for a total of 200 plus. That should be a very exciting game at Sign Hill. And this one is coming close to climax here at Cumberland. As Steelfield continues for Dominica. Another dot delivery.
I'm loving Tyrone here today. He's bowling and he's asking the batters to hit me. Look at Tyrone. Love his comedic gesture to Agis every time he bowl a dot ball. But as I tell you to the viewers, this is just Tyrone. He's a guy that's also packed with a lot of humor. There's nothing to it. It's just joke. Love the spirit and the love that is shared around this Windward Island tournament. Sort of telling him don't damage your hips by coming so far forward. That's what he's telling him. He's stretching forward and you don't want to damage your hips. That's what Tyrone is saying. Well played there by Shadrach, punching it out to cover. Takes an easy 2. St. Lucia trying to take the curtains down, and so they did. St. Lucia winning this game. Tyrone smiling to Agis, shaking his hand. Well done to the St. Lucia team. Well played. They have outplayed Dominica here today at the Cumberland playing field. Well done, St. Lucia winning by 6 wickets. Well done by St. Lucia.
Well, just to let you know what occurred in this innings, St. Lucia was given a target of 198. It started with Kimberly Melias and Sebastian Emmanuel. Emmanuel got 24 from 21. Melias really 86 from 59 deliveries. A really wonderful innings by him. Stephen Natram, he got 41 from 24. And Gabriel, 23 from 36. Akeem Augustus was not out on 11 from 90. And Shadrick Descartes was 11 from 15. and they ended up with 198 for 4 here, winning by 6 wickets here against Dominica. Really a dominant performance here by the St. Lucians here again at Cumberland, and congratulations to them as well. And really a wonderful game all around by St. Lucia. They batted well, they fielded well, they bowled in tandem, they batted in partnerships, and at the end of the day, they have come out victorious. Bowling for Dominica, Hodge 3 for 24, Tyson 7 overs, 37 runs, 2 wickets. Alexander 2 overs for 32. Another Alexander, Jason Alexander, that is 4 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 1 wicket. Vincent Lewis 5 overs, no wicket, 25 runs and 1 wicket. Tyson Tyrone Theophilus, 7.5 overs, 43 runs, no wicket. And the fall of the wickets, Emmanuel went at 60, Stephen Nachum, he went at 128, Kimani Mellis went at 175, and Gabriel went at 180. St. Lucia 198 for 4, winning this game by 6 wickets. So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the conclusion of this game here at Cumberland. St. Lucia coming out victorious, beating Dominican here, really outplayed them, and congratulations to them. A fantastic knock by skipper Kimani Melius from St. Lucia. So we want to say goodbye from here at Cumberland, and remember there's another game at the Sandhill playing field between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. That is tightly locked. From the last update, St. Vincent need 184 runs more to get to clinch that, and really that should be a nail-biting game at Sandhill. So we are signing out here on behalf of my fellow commentators Keswick Williams and the man Cosnell Morris. We are saying goodbye from Cumberland, and see you here on Sunday.